Quando vedo che state parlando lo smuto io, poi sono accesi.
Ok, grazie.
She promised me that she will ask questions.
Perhaps you could keep moving chairs. Yes. Put on another jumper or something. So it looks like
Possiamo
Okay, so everybody, welcome to panel 1B, which is a panel entitled Peace and Security, Fighting Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Goods, Cross-Sector Actions in the Euro-Mediterranean region. I have 3 colleagues here with us in the room, and we have 3 who will be joining us online. I should say that we've had a couple of Zoom meetings before, and we've also had email correspondence. So what you see here has been the putting together of a large number of opinions and inputs from various sides. We were asked to look at 3 questions in particular. They're quite cross-cutting in many ways, but interestingly, we found that the same ideas kept coming up. So I thought that the best way for us to address this is to work through the 3 questions. So the first question was, how can the European Union member states and Mediterranean countries ensure that law enforcement and judicial systems set high standards of heritage protection? And what came from all sides on this was the need to harmonise legislation, practice and procedures, both between states and also quite significantly between different agencies within the enforcement process. It was expressed many times the importance of having a consistent policy and having a strong political will to make this work. To deal with the problem holistically from ministerial level through to international organisations, through to national police forces, and most particularly to join up with the judiciary so that it actually results in successful prosecutions. One of the things that we recognised is that there is a strong place for civil society in this. Indeed, we can't really be successful unless we include civil society. But our panel is very much dominated by law enforcement agencies. So it comes from that perspective, but that doesn't mean that we deny the role of civil society. It's just that we did not have time to discuss it. Important things that came out in particular was to ensure there were no gaps in procedures for establishing the supply chains of illicit goods that run through different countries, different jurisdictions. the connection in particular between law enforcement agencies and the judiciary to ensure prosecutions will be successful, felt very strongly that we need to establish common standards and harmonise common methods of cooperation. And at the moment there is a lack of coordination and a lack of proper mid-term plans to put us on the path towards coordination. And it was felt that domestic legislation was not fully harmonised at the regional and international level, and that this impacts on the ability of law enforcement and the judiciary. So our first question, I'll pass over now also to my colleagues. I'll start with my colleagues in the room, and then we'll perhaps go to to our colleagues joining us remotely. On my right, I have Dr. Luigi Marini, who is currently Justice and Secretary General of the High Court in Rome, and most particularly between 2014 and 2020, he served as the legal advisor at the Permanent Mission of Italy to the United Nations, and specifically dealt with the UN Security Council Resolution 2347 in 2017, which concerned in particular heritage. And then I have on my far left, I have Corrado Catesi, who has been at Interpol since 2012, and he works in the General Secretariat in Lyon as the coordinator of the Works of Art unit, and is the contact point between Interpol and the major international organizations. And then next to him we have Roberto Ricardi, who is currently the head of the Italian TPC, the Arts and Antiquities Squad of the Carabinieri. But I'll start with Luigi on this particular point of how we can ensure that law enforcement and judicial systems meet high standards. Perhaps you could give us your take on this.
Is it work? Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon all. Yeah, it's a apparently simple question. In reality, it's a very complex question. Because one, coming to your previous comment, Valerie, we cannot separate law enforcement, judicial world from civil world, from the whole environment. We are not something coming from Mars to our land. We are working with people. Law enforcement and judicial authorities are working for people, are working with people. So we must always save connection with local communities, their needs, their expectation, and their culture. So if we break this link, our work cannot be so much effective. This is something it's important to me to say before coming to your question. How can we improve the cooperation between law enforcement and judicial authorities? Yeah, we should move from the very beginning. That is, if you don't have information, if you don't have the identity of what you are looking for, you cannot find it. So if you don't have inventories, if you don't have identification tools, if you don't have administrative good level and standards, it's very difficult for law enforcement to make investigation and contribute to prevention, and it's very difficult for judicial authorities to come to a positive decision at the end of the trial, because you need evidence, and evidence must be searched and found in the local environment with people. So it's a long chain you cannot break, you cannot separate this part. So what we need, to be brief, we need education of administrative level, we need education and training of law enforcement. But looking at my experience as an Italian judge, we need further education of prosecutors and judges, because law enforcement are close to people, are close to reality. We are a step back, a step further, and so we need to cooperate also at the educational level. It's a process that must be designed from the very beginning to the end, and I think we have some work to do on this issue.
Thank you. I'll now come to Roberto Ricardi, your input on this.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. I totally agree with what was said by Dr. Marini, and the first need is to be educated on what we are going to do, and this concerns magistrates and police forces, so that we need specialized police forces in all countries and specialized magistrates in all countries in order to cooperate and to know very well the procedures, the international conventions, and also to help in filling the gap when there is a gap between the different legislations. It can happen. It happens very often, and we need points of contact, people to rely on in international agencies and in the countries. Europe and Mediterranean area are full of art and full of art markets, so that we can do a great job if we are together, if we have the chance to cooperate in the best possible way. And this needs also to harmonize procedures and to harmonize legislations, so that, again, the magistrates and the police forces can be the ones who ask their governments to set up new laws if needed, and new agreements if needed. And this concerns also the political and the diplomatic aspect in order to establish protocols, bilateral, multilateral, depends on the cases we treat and on the needs we have. But this could be a step. So the first point, according to me, is to have in all countries, in all close countries, points of contact, specialized police unit for illicit trafficking of cultural property, magistrates who normally deal with it. We normally take care of these kind of crimes. That could be a first point, and we go on with the discussion, of course.
Then, if I could come to Corrado for your view from Interpol.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Yes, first, of course, I agree with the different points that were already highlighted by the previous speakers. And indeed, this is the trick, this is the ring. To have high-level education, it means to have specialized police unit, specialized public prosecutors, specialized judges, because without it, it's practically impossible to fight this crime, because never forget that this is a serious transnational crime that affects all countries worldwide. It's not naive, as we see in the American movie, collectors that are asking specific objects of art. Is very nice, sometimes it happens. However, it's a serious crime that is dealt normally by organized crime. And this, of course, is not an Interpol opinion, but is the opinion of all our member countries. And also, since 2015, is recognized as an area of interest of terrorism. It means that this is a real serious crime. How to achieve this goal, how to improve the fight against the illicit traffic of cultural property at a national level was already told. I can only support this point. And for me, these points are the main step to set international level. If we don't have specialized police unit, if we don't have specialized prosecutors and judges, it's impossible to work at international level, because it's difficult to work at international level. Even if we have Europol, we have, of course, Interpol, we have WCO for the customs. However, if there are not concrete networks of experts among police and judiciary authority, it's impossible really to identify, locate, seize, and asking back the objects that were stolen or illicitly exported. Well, it's really complex, and only having this kind of specialized police and judiciary authority is possible to grow up together, to create a network of experts that only with a simple call can say, hey, I have a problem. I saw that in your country there is on sale an object that was illicitly excavated or stolen or illicitly exported from my country. Before sometimes starting to, with the international organization, please stop this object, take it off from the online sale. This is mandatory. Only expert, only network of experts can do it. There are for me, as Interpol, of course, there are no other ways to fight at a national level, at international level. Another thing that for me is important to say that starting from the first point that was told by Dr. Marini, that without a data of stolen items in international database, and for the police, the only one is the Interpol Stolen Worksware database, is totally impossible to identify an object that was looted or stolen. Why? Because according to our statistic, an object stolen pop up in the market after 3 months or 20 years. It means when the collectors die or when for some reasons the object is put again on sale at international or national level. Well, without a national database for stolen items, update with the Interpol one is really, I don't want to say impossible, but really difficult to do something. Thanks for the floor.
Thank you. Let us now go to our online participants. I'd like to start if we have Dalia Abdel Fattah, who is a career diplomat with 25 years service. She's Minister Plenipotentiary seconded from the Egyptian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. She's Director General for International Relations, Organizations and Treaties, and specifically she manages Egypt's World Heritage Sites portfolio, which is a very big responsibility indeed. So, Ambassador Dalla, we welcome you. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Professor. I hope you can hear me well. What an amazing opportunity to be able to address such a distinguished panel. And I would like to start by saying that we value very much all the contributions that have been made and your personal contribution to making this panel an effective one. With reference to the subject at hand, I'd just like to bring to attention that Egypt has had one of the longest history in protecting, legislations protecting cultural properties and antiquities. We go back to over 150 years ago. Our first law was decreed in 1835. So you imagine we've had quite a substantial accumulation of expertise in the field. And out of our experience, we've discovered that it's not enough to establish a specialized police force and a specialized magistrate and a specialized international relations departments all over the various government organizations. We need much more than that. And what we do need is ownership. Who owns the portfolio locally and who manages to extend this ownership internationally? To this end, we have taken the path of developing the hub that was the restitution department of the Ministry of Antiquities, the main owner of the file before then, developing it into a center so that it becomes capable of coordinating all the various entities that are working locally and nationally and making sure that the bridges with the world and the various organizations and conventions working in the fields is established as well. We do believe that ownership is on top of the list and should be addressed on all levels, nationally, regionally, across regions, and of course, internationally. There will be a point when we discuss international conventions and organizations in our discussion, so I'm going to leave the rest of my comments there, but I just like to add this very important word to our discussion today and leave you with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's a really important point as well, because source countries in particular need to know that the ultimate end of this process is them getting their objects back. I mean, that's so important all round, I think. If we could now pass to Alan Cole. He is from UNODC, Customs Agency. And in fact, he's chief of UNODC's border management branch. So he's going to give us his viewpoint on this from the perspective of customs officers.
Thank you very much, and I agree with everything that has been said so far, so I'm not just going to simply put it in a different form of words. The only thing I would say is that we need to make sure that countries of origin, transit countries and destination countries are all involved in these discussions. And I think the point the ambassador made on political ownership is particularly important, that we need to see that within government, within regional organisations, there is some single point of political ownership with which we can all engage. And I suppose the other part that we need to have clearly in mind is the industry, because unlike the trafficking in drugs or the trafficking in people, there is in fact a legitimate trade in cultural property. So we need to make sure that any work that we're doing in this area acknowledges that we have to take care to distinguish between the illegitimate and the legitimate trade in this business, because as Corrado said from Interpol, expertise is going to be at the heart of our response, and a lot of that expertise is going to come from within industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final online participant is Maria Custas, who is a member of the Organised Crime Team, the Director General of Migration and Home Affairs in the European Commission. And specifically, she works on the upcoming EU action plan on fighting against trafficking in cultural goods. So, Maria, if we could get your... Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll say that again.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I understood. I was listening very, very carefully.
Okay. So, yeah, Maria is... working on the EU action plan against trafficking in cultural goods. So that's very relevant to this discussion. So Maria, over to you.
Yes, certainly. And thank you so much for this opportunity, because for our upcoming action plan, we're going to hopefully benefit from all your expertise and bring all of it together. So needless to say, I do agree with all the important points that were just mentioned. Including the involvement of the industry, but most especially political will. And that is why with this EU action plan on the fight against trafficking in cultural goods, we hope to make a significant contribution to reinforcing that political will and to connect all strands of our action, not only within the European Commission, because of course we have many different actions, not only limited to law enforcement and judiciary, but also related to the protection of cultural heritage and the inclusion of cultural heritage protection in our external action. I sincerely hope that we can bring all these strands of work together and then provide new frameworks and new momentum, so to speak, to also provide these further specializations and cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could go back to the document now. We come to our second question, which we addressed, which in certain ways, any chance of going up a little bit so we can see? No, because it's in a separate page. Okay, so the question was, how can we strengthen judicial cooperation, including the assistance of relevant international and EU agencies? So there are many points of overlap here with question one. But the first thing that we all agreed on was a unified approach to education, training, and communication. So really, it's not so important whether different countries have different laws and maybe differences. The point is, if they're all based on common principles, if everybody has a training which is tied to the common principles, and if everybody communicates, then the fact that there are cultural differences can be overcome. That is something that we just deal with. We identified 3 immediate priorities. One, a survey of domestic legislation and how it connects to international legal instruments. Could we now go to the second page? Thank you. To identify common standards in establishing central authorities and operational bodies. So, for example, in the Ministry of Culture's regulations and procedures, and in the technical levels, and to establish common processes in education, training, cross-border and international cooperation. To give education and training in all countries and to make it planned and implemented at regional levels and based on common principles and practices and common standards. Each country needs to create a specialized police unit. One of the things that was emphasized here is that often a suggestion to do such a thing is often greeted by cries of, oh, where do we find the money for that? But it could probably, a large part of this work could be done within already existing forces. It doesn't necessarily have to involve huge sums of money, but it needs to involve some officers being trained in art and antiquities. And that such a police force should have a strict connection with the Ministry of Culture, which may not always happen in that it does in Italy, I know, but in other countries the police force may not be necessarily so tied to the Ministry of Culture. But this is essential in order to get cooperation with local experts. There needs to be training for example, customs and border officers. It could be quite difficult for them, for example, to distinguish not just known items that are stolen from a museum, but also they are particularly well placed to pick up items that are the result of illegal excavation or items that maybe are not yet reported stolen. One of the first things that might happen is to try to get them out of the country across the border. So how can we get border agents to actually be sensitized to this as a possibility? And training for the judiciary, which we have mentioned before. Okay, I'll go round the other way this time. And so, first of all, I'll go to Corrado for his...
Thanks for giving me again the floor. Yes, and these main points were really very supported by all of us. And indeed, without training, it's impossible, even if we have a specialized police unit, a specialized expert, to have the same level of awareness. Because the problem is very complex to understand how to fight this kind of crime. Of course, behind the crime there are criminals. Criminals are always working in a certain way. However, when we are talking about objects of art, the way to move, the way to act is different according to the specific material. Well, what we need is to have a common standard of training for specialized police unit, for customs, and for a judiciary authority to know how to identify the stolen or illicit excavated objects at a national level, but also in the online sale, because right now, especially with the COVID, we saw that the number of the objects sold, put on sale online grew up. Of course, not all of them were illicit objects of art, but the problem is there that right now, and not because I'm Italian, even if I'm representing Interpol, but Carabinieri are 300 approximately investigators at the national level, And also for them, I think it's not so simple to take care about the all online sale in Italy. I don't want to speak about the world. We can imagine in other countries we don't have so many investigators working in it. And also, which is the main tool, which is the main technique to identify the stolen objects, and how to interact with the different experts coming from the different level. Well, here there is the need to know also the international available tool. It means to have really a basic common standard, to know which is the UNESCO law database and how to use, to know how to use the ECOM red list database that is really important to identify the possible risky objects that can be looted and exported, and also the UNODC Sherlock database, and of course the Interpol Warfare database that is also for all other specialized police units, but really a common standard to know how to use all available international tools is mandatory to work properly in this area. Thanks for giving me the floor.
Thank you. And now, if I could pass over to Roberto Ricardi.
Thank you very much. Second position again. I like it. So it's a silver medal, which is good.
We need a point. We need that stability there.
Great.
Yes.
Great. So all the points are written down there, and I may stress a couple of points from my side and from the experience of Carabinieri for the protection of cultural property. We were born in 1969, and we are a police force, a national police force. We have a military status, but we have a functional dependence on the Ministry of Culture. And this is a very good point for us, because when a colleague from a different country phones me and asks in an auction house in my capital, there is a piece we think it could be an archaeological find from Roman civilization, I have the chance to address an expert, an archaeologist, and send immediately the picture, like WhatsApp, email, or whatever. And so I have an immediate answer from the experts. Yes, we think so. So let's withdraw the lot from the auction, and then we go on with the investigations. We gather information about the piece, and we can have an effective police operational investigation. And the other point I would like to stress is to have a working group about the survey, which is a very important point. We must start from what we have now. Our legislation says so. So there must be someone in any country which does this job and writes down what the weak points are, what the strong points are, and what the legislation is, in order to have all the colleagues aware of what they can ask a different country and what they cannot ask. And of course, the points of contact can solve the problems when we have, and fill the gap when we have.
Thank you. If I come now to Dr. Luigi Marini.
Thank you. So, what's on paper is perfect. So I just want to make a question and 2 points. The question is, we have UNESCO Convention starting 1970, 1972 in situation of crisis. We have the Convention of 54, and then we have a Nicosia Convention, and then we have all the works done by UNESCO, by UNODC, coming back from 2 decades, 3 decades. The point is, we have a lot of legislative tools. We don't have enough implementation. So I'm a judge. And my work is to transform what is written on paper in facts, in answers. And this is a gap we must fill. So the question is why we are so late in giving full implementation to these legislative tools that are very good at the international level. They can be improved. We can go further, but starting from effective implementation. So coming from this question, a couple of points. Legislation. Yeah, we need to harmonize legislation. Gaps in national legislations sometimes make difficult, sometimes impede international cooperation. If you don't have double incrimination, if you don't have double systems mirroring one another, the request for assistance can be rejected legally by the judges and prosecutors of the requested country, because there is no reciprocity or there is no legal. So we must work on that. And the survey, in order to identify the gaps and in order to think about improvements, it's a first step. Italy is one of the countries that has a long-standing tradition, but maybe many of you don't know that in March 22, 3 months ago, Italian Parliament passed a new bill on protecting cultural heritage at the criminal level. So Italy needed to improve its legislation, and it did in a very aggressive way. So we changed a lot of articles of our code, we changed our procedural code, we changed our administrative standards. So it was a very deep change in our law. So Italy needed to do this. Why? Because working on the field and working with other countries, we understood that there were meaningful gaps, and we were not prepared to answer to them. And so our Minister of Justice and Culture proposed a new bill that has been passed by our Parliament in March 22. This is something we did, and so we can think that other countries can do the same. Legislation at first. Second, cooperation. I work at the United Nations for 6 years, and cooperation is the key word of every discussion, every debate. We need to cooperate much more. Okay, but you cannot have international cooperation if you don't have domestic cooperation. A country that is not able to put together all its resources and to cooperate internally cannot fit international cooperation. So this is a second line of work. The first is surveillance legislation. The second is surveillance common standards. If you don't have common standards at the national level, and if you don't compare domestic standards one from and the other, you cannot grow in this direction. If you have different administrative standards, you cannot work together with other countries because they don't match. They don't help each other, but you have differences. And when you have differences, you have loopholes. And criminal networks are very good in taking loopholes and any possibility to prevent judicial and prosecution and administrative staff to do their work. So no prevention, no protection, no prosecution. That's why we need to have good working lines. One, legislation, second, common standards and cooperation. This is something we can do. But the question is why we are not doing that.
Thank you. If we could now go to our online participants, and I'll reverse once again and go first to Maria Custas to ask for her comments on this question.
Yes, thanks a lot. Very interesting points made, and we hope to also play our part into furthering legal alignments and harmonization. This includes cooperation with international organizations and the implementations of several conventions and treaties. We believe indeed that the alignment of legal regimes and practices on matters such as asset recovery, proprietorship, or the restitution of objects of stolen art would ease the work of judicial authorities. In that light, I'd also like to draw your attention to our new proposal on asset recovery, which aims to simplify the legal framework on asset freezing, tracing, and confiscation. It's a very important piece of legislation. And then another interesting example that we work on is our Euro-Med justice program, which is hosted and implemented by our agency Eurojust, a good instrument to enhance judicial cooperation in the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural goods. It brings together ministries of justice, public prosecution offices, high courts, and central authorities from the partner countries and EU member states, as well as relevant EU and international organizations active in the judicial and law enforcement sector. And the program carries out comparative legal and gap analysis, handbooks and guidelines, as well as trainings for practitioners, and so enhancing operational cooperation between competent authorities across the Mediterranean. All this to say that we're very much aware of difficulties in finding each other, different legal regimes. But as I said, we hope to play our part and really provide a structured action plan in which all these different questions are addressed, and therefore also invite you once again to provide us with your input and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could go now to Alan Cole in Vienna.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the only thing I would add, the only 2 points I would add is firstly that we should keep in mind the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organised Crime. That has got 190 parties to it, 150 odd signatories, and that does provide a framework for some of what we're talking about, although it is a convention that's generally underused in the context of trafficking cultural property, which is something that UNODC and others need to address. The second point I would make is chimes perhaps with something that Luigi Marini said, which is that we need to remember that a lot of these criminal groups are also involved in a whole range of organised crime and different crime types. So a lot of the legal mechanisms and techniques that we want to use are also relevant to other crime types. So just as we see those involved in smuggling migrants, also involved in smuggling firearms, so too we see those involved in cultural property have also got associations with the drugs business and again the firearms trafficking business. So if we just look at one crime in isolation, we'll find ourselves just displacing people around. So it's useful to keep in mind that this is coming at organised crime groups from one particular angle, but you can be sure that this is not the only crime that they're involved in. Thank you.
Okay, very good point to make. And finally, if we could go to Ambassador Dalla.
Well, thank you again. It is indeed a complex problem, and I'd just like to say a few quick points. First of all, of course, we welcome the EU Action Plan and what it represents in terms of the political will of the European community, the European Union, to act and to take effective steps on this problem. Second, from Egypt's point of view, we always like to warn against the pitfalls of adopting a Eurocentric or a Western-centric approach and outreach. There is a need always to understand that the problems are not the same, where we always seek standards and seek universals because they make our lives easier. They are not always applicable. There are countries that have very specific problems and very cultural and social problems and very economic problems that are completely different from what the Western views and the Western situation is. Countries where populations, millions of people believe that what they find under the ground is theirs. They can keep, for example. There are issues that need to be assimilated with a better understanding and higher level of sensitivity to the peculiarities of the various countries of the world. Third, we are working with the assumption that international is better than national, that multilateral is better than bilateral, while practice has proven that we can achieve a lot more most of the time with bilateral frameworks, that navigating the international existing conventions and the myriad of legislations associated with them is not always the easiest or the direct way for achieving quick results. If I want to achieve quick results, I'm going to sign a bilateral agreement with the United States that expands, for example, the reach of stopping the smuggling of trafficked goods, Egyptian cultural properties to the US, for example, and that's just an example. On another level, we have issues. We have important issues with some of the existing conventions, and those issues need to be addressed. We have issues with definitely the concept of compensation based on the intent, on good intentions that are granted to well-intended buyers. We have issues with unidroit and the expanse it covers. The Egyptian law, for example, covers 100 years. Unidroit tells you you're only covered for after ratification. So yes, we need to activate the existing conventions, but we also need to look at the concerns and the issues that were expressed by countries that did not ratify them. And I leave you with that, thanking you again.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in fact, we do very much need to ensure that everyone can participate in this. Obviously, we're holding this this meeting in Europe, and there is a predominance of European agencies here, but you know, we need to remember that we're not going to resolve this just by being Eurocentric. We need to be looking further than that. Now, in fact, moving on to what our last speaker actually touched on, which we're going to expand a little on. The question was asked how to improve and strengthen monitoring, information exchange and cooperation between law enforcement, customs authorities and other relevant actors in the Mediterranean, taking advantage of the planned EU action plan on tackling illicit trade in cultural goods. There was quite a strong feeling that overall new conventions and agreements are not needed, but really better use made of the existing ones, because not all conventions are fully activated. As our last speaker said, bilateral agreements can have a great utility because of the differing conditions between countries. So you can address very specific issues by a bilateral agreement. And countries often have more buy-in to a bilateral agreement because they help construct them. So if it's an international agreement that's done somewhere else, it could be that countries might sign up to it, but they might not feel the same level of engagement as if they had actually helped to craft it themselves. There was a feeling that each country needs to develop its own databases for stolen works of art, and in particular to use new technologies, and then look to international agencies to lead the process of harmonization in this, to bring them together in an operable way so that they can communicate with each other and so that databases can speak to each other, so to speak. I think we'll reverse again and go first to our remote speakers this time. We'll start this time with Alan, if he doesn't mind, to make sure that everybody goes first at some point. So, Alan, I come.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'd agree with the central point that, and the point made by the ambassador that often bilateral and simpler solutions can bring much of the effect without the need for international instruments, and I think that is completely the right approach. The only other point I would add to this is that circumstances vary very, very much between different countries that we find ourselves working in. And although we've delivered training to 70-odd countries now in terms of customs officials intercepting this, some countries find themselves in a position where they can reach immediately to effective databases to find out what they're looking at, or they can make a quick phone call, and others don't even know what they're looking at is stolen or not. And we know from experience, and I think this is reflected in the excellent work that UNESCO has done as well, that the bulk of this trade is done inside passenger luggage and through full fake documentation. So we do need both very practical measures at airports for searching, and also we need to bear in mind the aspect of fake documentation and corruption in all of this as well. That is central to the subject. Thank you very much. I know we're very tight for time, so I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you. Ambassador Dalla, I don't know if you have any other comments to make or if we covered them previously.
Yeah, again, sorry, I think I made my comments a bit earlier than I should have, but anyhow.
Totally fine, totally fine.
No, I'm sorry. Otherwise, I just want to mention that there are issues of security of intelligence and exchange of information that should be taken into also in consideration. Not all countries are comfortable sharing databases and sharing security knowledge and security information that they have. So we need to find a way to circumvent, to go around, to secure, to all the adjectives that can be used around this point, but they should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If I could come now to Maria Custas.
Yes, I'll be brief as well, and I thank the ambassador also as well for her comments. I think you're very relevant, and that's also why in our action plan we propose a section also on international cooperation on all its forms, cooperating with countries of origin and transit, and also making cultural heritage protection and the fight against illicit trafficking standards part of our external action. So that's what I wanted to say. Furthermore, the question is very broad. I hope we will answer it in our action plan, and in that way we can use all our legal instruments to the fullest, and then hopefully also see the gaps that might be still there, and the actions we can take based on what we find.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll come to our. So you can go first.
Emotion. So just a comment, just information from us at Carabinieri. We are developing our software in a database through a project which is called SWORDS, Stolen Works of Art Detection System. It has been funded by European Union. It will allow us to have automatic search and automatic comparison of the files we get from the web, the social media, and the deep web. And the final goal of this project is to share it with all countries interested in it, as we did in the past with our database itself, with Interpol. Corrado Cattesi knows it very well, Psyche project. So it will be ready next year, so it could be a helpful way to contribute to exchange of information in this field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one general comment. I'm aware about all the work that has been done by international authorities, and I know that UNESCO, UNODC, Interpol are doing their best. I know the EU plan is a good plan, and I know a lot of connections between different state agencies has been established. I know about training, judicial training in the Mediterranean level. I know that is happening, but there is a caveat I want to introduce. Our work cannot be we put in the same way everywhere. We need to be more respectful of local communities, of the need of single state, of their culture. As a judge, I can say my 40 years experience as a judge, you cannot work if you don't understand and you are not respectful of the culture of people you are dealing with. You cannot impose every time something that is not accepted, understood by people. So let's try to have a better attention, higher attention to local communities, to the need of people, to single state situation, and try to have also a movement bottom up, and not only from the international level to the local level. I think our ambassador from Egypt get a very good point. We need to be respectful. We cannot be more able to listen to them, to have a good approach. I think we can do it. Now we understand this point, and so we can work both directions, from the international level, supporting national countries, but also from bottom up, moving from national countries, coordinating them at the national level, at the regional level, and then going up.
I think we have to make it so that for communities, it's more valuable for them to keep their heritage than to give it away. You know, they've got an investment in it, which is in identity, which is in culture, but it's also in economics. And we cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore the economic importance. And they have to participate in it, I think. It's really, and they have to see that they're participating in it. Yeah. So, Corrado, you have the last word.
Indeed, I am the last, but
you are.
But it's a good opportunity. Why? Because as Interpol, we did our homework, and indeed, last year we issued the first Interpol mobile application called IDART. I suggest encourage all of the people that are hearing us to download, to use. First, because it's free. Second, because they don't need to give their personal details, because we want to make it free, really, also that criminals can use it without problem, without leaving trace or evidences about their use. But the most important thing is that we are giving the accessibility to the Interpol Works database to all people. Because, you know, right now it was the problem that in flea market or in antique shops was impossible for the people to know the correct provenance of an object, because even if they may have the access to the Interpol Works database, in the field is not possible to use it. Well, we decided to bring the Interpol Works database in the field, to give not only to the police forces, not only to the users, but especially to the general public, the collectors, and also to the customs that several times are in the field and don't know what is in front of them, that is going from one border to another. Well, right now, no one can say, I didn't know how to do. There is the Interpol mobile application. Also, the mobile application is not only the way to exchange data when the crime is committed, but it's also the way to collect data before the crime is committed, because it's possible to fill in the object ID, that is international standard for object of art, to inventory the public and private collection, the own collection. If one day, unfortunately, the user of the mobile application will be victim, because it's possible, of a theft, they can extract from the mobile application the PDF of the object stolen, to send it to the police and ask to the insertion in the Interpol Works database. In this way, even if the criminal organizations are moving an object from one country to another, from one region to another one, all people that will download the mobile application will be able to see before buying an object of art if the object at minimum has a licit provenance. I would say that is only to give some number. This mobile application, IDART, was already downloaded in more than 27,000 downloads, already was able to recover 15 objects of art worldwide, and is downloaded in more than 140 member countries. Well, now no one can say, I didn't know, I don't have the possibility to do it, I don't have the possibility to check. Everyone can do it, to report to Interpol immediately. Thanks for the floor.
Thank you. We are, I think, pretty much out of time, but I did promise that we would allow an intervention from the floor. So is there anybody who would like to ask a question? Because I would hate to cut off that. No? Okay, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you all our participants in the room and remotely online. A very, very good discussion, I think very substantive as well. So thank you all. Okay, Bye-bye. È acceso? Ah, sì. No, ma dai, your device ran into a problem and need to restart. La legge di Murphy. Okay, silence your phones and please sit down with us. It's 30 already. So I will give a couple of minutes, but we have to go because we have to go online. Welcome to our abbiamo un pubblico qualificatissimo. Selected. Ok. So, ok, cominciamo? Prendo il microfono, giusto? Mi butterò il bicchiere d'acqua. Meglio che lo metto qua. Ok. So, welcome to everybody, to all our excellent speakers here, and to the public sitting in the room, and to those who are following us online. So we are now starting our panel in the Conference of the Ministers of Culture of the Euro-Mediterranean region, and our panel is about human development, good governance, and the rule of law. Culture at the heart of human development, and the SDGs, which means the development goals that we're looking ahead to reach, we hope, very soon. But the challenge is a big one. So this is why we have here those panelists with us to address
some key questions. We are going to structure this panel in a very open brainstorming way because we consider that if we tell you all the good things our organization are doing, we are not proposing anything new in some sense. This is something you can look up in our websites, in our social media. What we want to do here is really to have a free and deep exchange on what we can come up with to really introduce culture as a driver of change in order to reach the development goals, in fostering the humanist approach to these development goals. So this is why I will first of all ask our panelists to briefly introduce themselves, so you know to which organization they belong and why have they been selected to be in this panel. And then I will come up with a few questions just to steer a little bit the discussion. But then I really want them to interact. Nobody's going to give here a presentation. We're really going to chat loud and think loud and be some kind of pop-up think tank on the topic. So please, Valeria, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Gaia. I'm pleased to be here with all of you. I'm Valeria Marcolin, the co-director of the French-based NGO Culture et Développement, Culture and Development. And as the name of the NGO says, it is an organization that is advocating for the cultural dimension of development since 60 years these years, which means that in a time where development was really thought as an economic paradigm about big infrastructures and investment, people who created this initiative of Culture et Développement thought that it's really about being human and allowing human development to foster local and national development through the people that are the citizen of a human settlement. So
thank you very much.
It's working on these topics.
Maria Chiara?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation from me as well. It's really a pleasure to be here with you and to discuss about this topic. I work at the Cultural Policy Unit at the GIAC of the European Commission, and I am seconded national expert. I am in charge, in particular, of cultural heritage mainstreaming aspects into different sectorial policies that have indeed an overall and horizontal link with the strategy of culture for sustainable development. And I'm leading, in particular, an open method of coordination group of member states experts that has been created, indeed, in the framework of relaunching under the Work Plan for Culture of the EU, the topic of the cultural dimension in sustainable development. And this work is ongoing and is moving towards its final adoption, where the recommendations of member states will accompany the work that we're doing in the Commission and in the GIAC on reinforcing the cultural dimension of sustainable development across the different sectorial policies.
Thank you very much. I am Gaia Danese, and I'm the moderator of this panel. I am a national expert detached to the European Action Service. I work with the Secretary General Sannino as a cultural diplomacy advisor. And one of the main tasks it is actually to, in some way, generate some sort of strategy of action in order to apply and implement those principles that were stated from 2016 on from the European institution on culture as a strategic tool in international relations, which I would really differentiate from public diplomacy or cultural diplomacy intended as a display on how beautiful European Union culture is. It is not about selling Europe in the world. It is about really creating bridges and relations based on culture, on cultural dialogue, on mutual and peer learning. So this kind of approach, and it fits very well also and articulates very well with the kind of development sustainable approach we are now discussing today. So now I pass to Isper.
Thank you very much, Gaia. My name is Isper Sabrine. I am the co-founder and the president of the international NGO called Heritage for Peace. So Heritage for Peace is an NGO created in 2013 in Spain, in Barcelona, and we work since our creation on the linking between heritage and peace building, especially during conflicts. So our work started in Syria, because I am originally Syrian, and with the time we developed also our more initiatives to work in more countries in conflict. So in Iraq, Yemen, Libya, and recently in Ukraine. So we believe that cultural heritage is a tool to bring people together and to enhance peace, even not just in context of conflict, also in Europe. So in Europe, since 3 years, we have our initiative Abwab, which is a social project, work with refugees from Middle East and North Africa in order to help them to integrate and to be more integrated in Europe, especially in Spain. So basically, heritage is very connected to peace, and we hope through our work that we could increase and enhance peace.
Okay, Michaela.
Hi, everybody. Dear colleagues, I'm so honored to be here as a representative of ICOM and its working group on sustainability, ICOM International Council of Museums. And I am an architect and a researcher. And I'm active in this context to improve sustainability for people and for the environment, and I'm doing this through culture and through museums. You know that ICOM is an international organization present in 141 countries, many around the Mediterranean area, and with 45,000 museums. Just at the beginning, I want to highlight that ICOM in 2019 launched the resolution on sustainability for the implementation of Agenda 2030, and with all the members believes that all the museums have the opportunity to create a sustainable future and shaping a sustainable future through their various programs, partnerships, policies and public programs, and also with their operations.
Okay, Andrew, your turn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be here. My name's Andrew Manning, and I'm the director of the UNIC network, which is the network bringing together all of the National Institutes for Culture of the EU member states. Just 2 short points about our core mission and how they relate to the panel today. Firstly, our role as a network is to try and build trust and understanding through people-to-people cultural exchange. And so there, like Gaia described, even if many of our members are charged with national cultural diplomacy efforts, when we come together as a network, we're looking more at the cultural relations approach, so more as culture for a bridge of mutual learning, understanding, and exchange. Our second mission is to make culture count in international relations, and one approach we take to this is to look at key transversal topics. And so to give a few examples of recent work, we looked at our work around the globe of our members of cultural relations contributing to peace and stability. We also did a major piece on the cultural dimension of sustainable development, and a recent piece of work about equity and inclusion, and about how, with different power dynamics in global cultural relations, how we can contribute to more equitable practices. Just to finish, we're a strategic partner of the EU in terms of culture and external relations since the 2016 joint communication in that area.
Okay, and we also have Naima from Oman that she's connecting in remote. Probably we can give her the floor right now. Hello, Naima, welcome. It's very nice to see you.
Hi, good afternoon. Very nice to see you too. I'm really honored and thrilled to be part of this panel, although remotely. My name is Naima Benkari. I'm an architect and urbanist specialized in vernacular heritage conservation and sustainability in the Arab region. I teach in architectural engineering at Sultan Qaboos University in Sultanate of Oman. I am originally from Algeria, so not far from the Mediterranean as well. I'm also expert at ICOMOS and heritage consultant for local and international institutions. Today, I am speaking to you on behalf of the ICOMOS Sustainable Development Goals Working Group and as a coordinator of one of its
Okay, so welcome.
6 packs starting a guidance on.
And then we are also supposed to have Enrique Trautmann from DG NIR of the Commission, but I just received an email saying that she has a wrong link. So we need, okay, we are getting in touch with her and she will be very soon here, okay. Meanwhile, I would like to start our conversation, and I will walk a little bit through these questions that I have already shared with the panelists. Some came also from the contribution of Andrew that also was very proactive, and other panelists also were already telling me what they wanted to talk about. So I will start like from one point. We certainly need to progress towards a more coherent integration of culture into the agenda of sustainable social and economic development in the Mediterranean. But this is not, I mean, it's easy to say, but not easy to do. And this is what our panelists will try to explain to us. We believe, and I think this is a shared belief, that a very inspirational approach for that could be that of the new European Bauhaus commitment. So we link to the first part of this panel, because in a certain sense, this commitment in promoting lifestyles and behavior patterns in harmony with nature, more beautiful, inclusive and sustainable living spaces, maybe it's nothing else than a more human development. So we will have to comment on that. And again, if we go more specifically, we've been talking for many years and engaging in action from institution, national institution, European institution, regional institution, and global institutions on cooperation for development. But what about this human dimension that now has even more relevant, let's say, position after the COVID crisis, after the awareness that now we have on the climate change challenges, and on the fact that in the end, our best resources are the human resources. This is probably the only resource we have granted forever. We hope so, but we have to protect the planet in order to continue to have human resources. And then, so I would like to know from my speakers if, more specifically, they consider relevant referring also to local knowledge, traditional know-how, historic adaptive learning, and in order to create inclusive space for practices, beliefs, and traditions that can be fundamental assets for sustainable development. To be even more clear, I would like to ask you if you don't think that we should start listening to those that are probably doing things better than we do in the development and north. Probably we can take some very good ideas from southern country from other countries all around the world. Here we are focusing on the Mediterranean, but this is I think one key question. And here I go to the other topic. How can we really build a new shared commitment to integrate the cultural dimension into Mediterranean social and economic development policy? I wonder if it's a peer learning approach, our main road towards this shared commitment. So probably supporting co-production to foster cultural potentials to support resilient, inclusive, sustainable and connected societies and economies that create opportunities for all, especially women, youth, and all the outsiders of the kind of development we've seen imposed until now. So it is very important to see how the creative sectors could contribute to this resiliency in the Mediterranean, and how the operators of these creative sectors could be enabled to do so. Because if they're not enabled, we go nowhere. And enable means that they can do this on their own, not that they are teleguided from up. So again, we go to the bottom-up approach of the Bauhaus, which is like a reference we should probably look at. And then there is also one of the most important challenge in the enabling is probably the digital one. But maybe you can help us identify others or develop on the digital challenge. And then one last question. Do you think that there are new alliances emerging, that there are new interaction between the actors that traditionally work in the sector and alliances that could be axed on the human shared values? So I will stop here. You already have everything on the table, and now you please pick out what you think you can give us some illuminating thoughts about. So everyone is free to pick out what they think. Who wants to start? You want to start? Okay.
So thank you very much. Very interesting and complex questions, which can cover as well the subject. Actually, if we look to the objective of CTGS, there are 17, and 9 of those objects are linked to culture, and culture could really play an important role on the implementing of the agenda of the 2030. So the Mediterranean is an important geographical area, Mar Nostrum, how the Romans said, and actually we need to use culture as well to connect the Mediterranean. I mean, the Mediterranean has a huge and I am very happy to know that you know our project with Studio Azzurro on the Mediterranean meditazioni, which I worked in this project, which we show how is the Mediterranean. I mean, in this exhibition, from handicrafts to panoramas and it's incredible to see that handicrafts in Napoli, il mandolino napolitano, it's very close to our route in Damascus or in El Cairo. So we have a lot of power together and a lot of potential links, which the Mediterranean made it. Unfortunately, in the last years, with the immigration and with the massive immigration and with the refugees movement, we used to hear the far right in Europe and with a lot of discussions to divide us between the Mediterranean. So culture, it's really important, and the shared common heritage that we have in this region is a very important tool to bring us. We need to make, and this is one of the questions, we need to make these networks. We need to empower civil society. Civil society is very crucial in making change in the Mediterranean. In our organization, Heritage for Peace, we have an initiative called ANSH, Arab Network of Civil Society Organization to Safeguard Cultural Heritage. We are working in order to empower these local NGOs to work on the protection of cultural heritage. So I think for the SDG objective, we need to build this network. We need to empower civil society. This is one of the points that now.
Okay, so I mean, you've touched many interesting points. Empowerment of civil societies. So I invite others to come up with some comments on these. And you were also speaking about migrations and shared values in culture. Probably also thinking about the role that migrants and diaspora can play in waving, no? This is something very Bauhaus and also very women traditional style, to wave relations, and in this case through culture, no? And maybe migrants can also be vectors. So who else want to intervene? Okay, we have the director here. Hello, Enrique. Could you? I just stop for a moment so you can briefly introduce yourself as the other speakers have done, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I ended up in the wrong panel, actually a panel for tomorrow. Kind of sign of the times. You're like 24 hours behind your own life. But there you are. I finally found you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I've managed to listen for the last 5 minutes to your discussion. So it's what I'm going to bring to the table is maybe a little bit more pedestrian in terms of what the European Commission is doing in the area of culture, but nevertheless very happy to be here and joining the panel today, even if I can't be with you. We do have Mediterranean weather in Brussels though, so at least that, but certainly your setting looks much nicer than my office, so.
But you know, here we have African weather directly. So this is climate change
exactly.
going on.
Exactly. So we'll get air conditioning here rather soon, but there you are. No, but thanks a lot and congratulations to the Italian and French effort to organize such a conference and also to prepare a very detailed ministerial declaration. I think it really sums up very well what European institutions and the member states have been doing in the field of culture, also in the area of external relations in the past couple of years. So it's very important work. And we can also see from this draft declaration that work has been done on the policy level, but also on the program level, with the support of some of the bilateral donors, but also Commission funding, because it is the work of our delegations and the presence of member states on the ground to really carry out the projects and to be in contact with the operators of culture on a grassroots level. Much more important sometimes even than declarations, that we really know who's around, who are the local actors, how do they interact, how do they also interact across country borders, and how can we support them in their wish to really exchange and be in contact with each other. As you know, culture is recognized as an important vector of sustainable development, and we have been translating that into action for a couple of decades even now. I'm just running very briefly through a couple of programs we've had in the past. For example, the Euro-Med Heritage program, which were ran between 1998 and 2013, where we were trying to help to foster a regional intercultural dialogue between member states of the Mediterranean, but also through collaboration on the preservation of cultural heritage. We have funded dozens of projects for the protection and restoration of the heritage, but also support to improvement of the institutional and legislative cultural heritage frameworks in the beneficiary countries, who quite often, of course, also have trouble finding the right context to make sure that the cultural heritage actually is preserved. We also had a regional program called MedCulture that was accompanying our partner countries in the south of the Mediterranean in the development and improvement of cultural policies and practices. with a lot of cultural stakeholders in a very participative way, both civil society actors, but also ministries, private and public institutions involved in culture as well as other related sectors. And there's also a number of examples on bilateral level where we have been moving a little bit beyond the European showcasing. For example, very importantly, a new program, Support to Culture in Palestine, which is running as of this year for 3 years, which is trying to leverage the Palestinians' rich cultural heritage and cultural creative sector to drive economic and social development in Palestine. So we will try to inject vibrancy into cultural heritage sites and urban centers and support a more sustainable creative economy by working with the Palestinian cultural entrepreneurs, independent cultural agents and artists. This all, and I mean, this is coming back to the meta policy level, of course, is meant to contribute to SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, which calls for policies on decent job creation, entrepreneurship, creativity and innovation. We think that there is a huge capacity of using culture as a job creation vector. It is something that is coming out of the countries and is not something that needs to be kind of organized on a European level. And there's a lot of interest in the countries in the southern Mediterranean to use this more as a vector of job creation.
Okay, sorry, Enrique, sorry, I will interrupt you here because then I want you to step in again so that we can give this like a flow of a bit of brainstorming. You've introduced very interesting concepts that I think our panelists will want to comment, and then you can also come in again and continue. Okay, sorry to interrupt, but I think that it's a way in which we can all comment on what we're all saying. So who wants to intervene? Naima was there with a beautiful scenario behind. We love it.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's an actual house that has been restored from the 17th century that I was working on with my students, and I like it as well. It's a courtyard house. Which brings me to my point, which is the shared heritage. Courtyard houses are shared within the Mediterranean region and beyond. I wanted also to emphasize or to a little bit talk about the point that you addressed, Gaia, about traditional know-how and learning from traditional know-how and from each other's traditional know-how.
Yeah, no, it's just that, I'm not going to be super frustrated, but I'm going to step out now. I mean, I can't listen to this for the next half hour in case it comes back. I mean, I was more or less through my thing, but can you, à la limite, hang on, I hope
sorry, we can't hear. What's going on? I don't know. Yeah, with a crosswire with someone, yes. Okay, sorry, go on, please.
Yes, I was speaking about the traditional and local know-hows. It is even more pertinent to speak about such an issue, to build upon it a common strategy, for example, common strategy to address common challenges. Because our local communities and in our history, traditional people faced pandemics, they faced climate change, they faced different catastrophes, and they built through the trial and error ways to cope and strategies of resilience and surviving, which remained in a way in our DNAs. To illustrate my point, for example, during the pandemic and the very beginning, way before the implementation of the lockdowns, in our region, there was a common tradition that whenever there is a pandemic, people should stay wherever they are and avoid from traveling and going to other regions. This is a way to learn from local know-hows. Similarly, in water system distribution, and this is common whether in the northern side or southern side of the Mediterranean and far beyond. It's also a way of, or a method of circular and very sustainable use of water, where we use the water during certain times of the day or the week for washing and for cooking and so on. So this kind of knowledge should not disappear, and we should be humble enough to listen, as you said, Gaia, and get an inspiration from it and use low technologies to solve our actual challenges. And I will stop here and maybe come back on another point.
Thank you very much. So I think this side, you have things to say. So come on, please step in.
Maybe I will try to wrap up around 3 buzzwords that could help us to think ahead. Also catching up from previous intervention. The first one is one you said, Gaia, and we care a lot about, which is coherence. In 2015, we accompanied the Luxembourg presidency of the European Union, and there was the first high-level conference on policy coherence in culture and the external relation in Europe that led then to the Council conclusion in November 2015. So as we say, it's a long way, and I will go even more back in time to 1982. This year is a very important year for culture, because in 2022, we all know that there will be the 3rd edition of Mondial Cult. So it's 40 years after 1982, and this is a very important occasion among all of us to look back and look forward. So what have we been doing, what we have been achieving through cultural policies and policies for culture, what we have not achieved, what our common goals are for the next decades ahead. The other buzzword is cooperation. And you asked us if there is a way to find new synergies, new partnership in the Mediterranean. I think that there are already many agendas that are shared within this space. First of all, we have the international agendas that bind many of us. European member states, Mediterranean states, the African region through the 2063 agenda, which is very much related to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal, as both the agendas provide space for culture as a driver and enabler for development. We have been working in the past years with Culturali Développement and other partners in analyzing the synergies between the 2 agendas. And when we work on the field, we really work on highlighting how our projects in the field applied to both the agendas. Again, as you were saying, to highlight coherence. And we have conventions. We work a lot with the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the diversity of cultural expressions. This is also a policy common tool that states from the European Union and states from the Mediterranean area, the south border, let's say, have in common. So there are already tools in common that we can use, and we should build on these tools instead of creating new ones. However, a tool, a vision, need instruments to be implemented, such as the European program. But what are the programs in place for the Euro-Mediterranean regions? Are they still useful? Are they still needed for the diversity of stakeholders we need to address? And here are the other 2 last buzzwords I wanted to mention, which is leave no one behind. We can succeed sustainable development really if we look at the big picture. And all partners are around the table. When I mean all partners, of course, there are policymakers, decision makers, civil society, the private sectors, and therefore the multi-stakeholder approach, SDG 17. Culturali Développement is working on multi-stakeholder approach since 60 years. And we really can say and affirm that it's the way to go. We have projects between, for example, local authorities and us as technical assistants that are going on since 20 years. For example, we are working in Ouagadougou since 20 years. And this is because we work on partnership and not just on technical assistance.
Because I think we really can jump to Maria Chiara, and there is a very good question that you posed that I want to pose to Maria Chiara and then go back to Enrique, because there is a clear question to the institutions. Are the instruments that have been developed still up to date? Are they still useful? What do we have to do to make them better if needed? What is your vision as EAC? And then I would love to know the vision of the engineer on that, and then we'll continue. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm so sorry, but Enrique had to go out. So you can also speak on the behalf of all the Commission. Good task.
Well, as you said at the beginning, it's really brainstorming. So we'll mainly try to tackle this very specific question, but also trying to going back to some different messages that you all highlighted and also that you raised through your initial question. So I try to put all the inputs together. And specifically on the first point on instruments and programs, as many of you know, the context in which we are working now at the level of the European Commission is a very much different context as compared to, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, when all this attention for the relationship between culture and sustainable development has started to increase its momentum. We're now in a phase where, if we look backwards, we have a number of instruments that have already been consolidated, such as this framework given by, on one side, the work plan for culture that indeed included the cultural dimension of sustainable development as one of the main priorities for action, as well as the European Agenda for Culture that interpreted this request by setting priorities that intrinsically connected culture with sustainable development, for example, through insisting on the role of culture for social inclusion, the role of culture for the economic growth, and the role of culture in the international dimension. So this framework, I would say, is certainly something to look at in terms of a solid basis, but at the same time, this increasing momentum and increasing attention to this interplay between culture and sustainable development is looking forward. And in front of us, we have, first of all, Mondiacult in the global and international scenario, towards which the Commission is orienting its current reflection. And indeed, this is a way for us to, on one side, think how our strategies towards reinforcing the cultural dimension of sustainable development strategies should work in parallel with the improvements that are taking place within the member states and at the international level, but also looking within our own powerhouse. One of the main messages, for example, of the report that the OMC that I mentioned before will issue is the idea that Europe is mainly a cultural powerhouse, although it is perceived from many respects as an economic one. So this idea of internal reflection on our instruments is there. And to promote it more specifically, and indeed in parallel with the more forward-looking reflections where we aim for improving the policy coherence and the policy framework, where we would like to call for a better integration of the different instruments also between the Council and the Commission itself, in order to have ideally one main program ahead where all institutions recognize themselves for reinforcing cultural policies as a driver, as an enabler of SDGs. But in addition to this, what we're already doing, and this is a very concrete response to the Council's resolution of 2019 that asked the Commission to table an action plan for culture and sustainable development in parallel with the work of the Member States OMC expert group. We are developing and preparing a report as a first answer to this request for an action plan. And in this report, we are mapping all the existing instruments and programs that have so far and in the pipeline are ongoing, are foreseeing ongoing initiatives for reinforcing the interplay between culture and sustainable development across the policies.
Okay.
And just the last point on this report is really a milestone for us, and it will also take stock of the discussion of Mondia Cult and will be released towards the end of the year to inform also the other institutions at the global level, but also our own, let's say, services, because it's a joint effort within the Commission to really assess and investigate what can be improved, but what is already there and needs to be made more visible towards stakeholders, towards external audiences, towards cultural professionals, to be ready to really work together in partnership and make these existing instruments more targeted and more strategic.
Okay, so I mean, I've read the draft on the plane, so I know what you're talking about, and we're really very expectant about this document because it's going to be a reference and a milestone, as you were saying. Yet, I think that it is very interesting now to move to you because we've been evoking this idea of culture as a common good. Culture is something that can be really shared and co-creations and also co-owned. And what is better than like a cluster of Mediterranean museums for co-ownership of our shared but also a diverse culture, because it's not just one culture, it's many Mediterranean cultures.
Yes, it's true. I totally agree with the key words that are already mentioned, and also empowerment and engagement are key words for museums. Today I'd like to focus on a message, the power of networks, and obviously museums, which is also the topic of the International Museum Day this year. And to promote also to improve policies and practices for the sustainable development and SDGs for Agenda 2030. And ICOM, with its working group on sustainability, is working also to enlarge this network with joining, for example, in the last period, the Climate Heritage Network, the Global Coalition United for Biodiversity. It was present last year in COP26, next year in COP27 in Egypt. And about policies and best practices, I think it can be of interest, referring about a project, an Italian project, a relevant Italian project called Musei Integrati, Integrated Museum, because it can be transferred in other contexts. And it is a research project financed and promoted by the Minister of Ecological Transition. Developed by Science Museum in Trento with the partnership of ICOM and the National Association of Scientific Museums here in Italy. And it involves also 30 strategic museums around the country, around Italy. In the context of the idea of participatory museums and their communities, this research has the aim of implementing the application of the national strategy for sustainable development and to promote the application of this strategy through museums, through culture, and to reach more people. And also it concerns the SDGs for Agenda 2030 at local level, and it's in connection with the urban agendas. It has created a space for dialogue, exchange of practices, and educational moments for people, professionals working in museums, and with different outcomes, and linked to the culture of sustainability, because culture is a fourth pillar of sustainability, and we need to push for this. And museums are really the strongest strategic places, common places where we can develop this idea.
Very interesting. So, but apart from museum, we also have non-material culture, and Andrew is probably the one who's fit to talk about it.
Thanks, Gaia. I'd just like to... Is this one working? Sorry. The coherence topic, as well as the local knowledge, and then the missing pillar. So I'd just like to step back a moment just with the journey of culture and the SDGs. I think we all know, and many of us lived through as an active participant, the campaign to have a dedicated SDG. We know that didn't work. Many wanted this missing pillar of culture. I think what we evolved to now is the commitment of many to show rigorously and doggedly, with coherence and perseverance, the enabling role of culture across all the SDGs. And that's vital. And for me, I think that the big splash moments are key. I mean, it's nice to have this conversation in Italy, where the G20 culture ministers movement, we've heard Mondial mentioned several times, the Euro-Med tomorrow with the ministers.
Can you explain a little bit also for the audience what Mondial Cult is going to be about?
Yes.
Very quickly, but I think it's important.
On behalf of UNESCO, but it's as mentioned, 40 years on from the first, it's a rare moment to have all culture ministers across the UN together in one place to completely reset the cultural policy agenda in a more holistic and more progressive way, I would say. And so looking to have culture's role made visible across all the SDGs, we need these big ministerial moments like tomorrow for that shared collective belief commitment. But that's at broad political level, but then we need something more practical to deliver. And from our side as the cultural institutes, we're trying to join UNESCO's 2030 culture indicators, the thematic indicators, which I think many know, which are supporting regional and national, what that looks like in practice to show. And so UNESCO are doing it with 6 countries, with the European Commission supporting. And from our side with our institutes, our role, and this comes to the local knowledge, cultural institutes, we have a presence in many countries. Admittedly, sometimes it's a historical reflection of colonial ties, but of course not always. But our colleagues are there on the ground to build these people-to-people connections. And the projects we build around culture and sustainable development all come from a diversity of lived experiences of what sustainable development means in different places around the world. And of course, then it doesn't necessarily come with a new European Bauhaus definition, because that's an EU fabrication, but it's lived, all the values, all the sentiment is the same. So we try and add more projects, and this year we have Vietnam, Morocco, Senegal, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Colombia, and Belgium that we want to add to UNESCO's 6 pilot countries to have projects with real on-the-ground cultural work that can help to start understanding these 2030 indicators and spread that movement so we deliver on the big statements. And maybe later I'd like to come back about the policy instruments, because that's progress, but I don't think we're getting there yet.
Yes, I'm sorry to tell you that it's, we're going very well, but we have, I will say, 10 minutes left, okay? So I would like to do something, because I also agree with you on the Bauhaus question, which is we cannot consider Bauhaus as a cultural content. We have to consider this as a method that we are suggesting, which means a method that is open to contributions from different stakeholders and from different, and especially from civil society, which means that the result may not be only a Northern European driven content. It can be a more rich content. So I would like, in this spirit, to also ask to the people here sitting in the room, if someone wants to raise a question or comment on something. I don't even know if this was previewed, but I would really like to do it because I think it's a very interesting moment also to have a live exchange with you. So maybe we should find a micro for you. Yes, thank you very much. Very quickly, so we can then wrap up and...
very fast. Sorry, I left my jacket. It's too hot.
No problem.
My name is Luigi Marini. I'm an Italian judge. I work in the High Court in Rome. And I was member of the first panel with our coordinator. We shared the results of the first 1B panel about law enforcement and judicial cooperation and so on. The question I want to raise is, many times, local communities and people on the ground, they feel law enforcement and judicial initiatives as something uncomfortable. They feel something adversary to them. They perceive authorities like something compulsory. They think that we don't understand what their needs and so on. How can we work together in order to have local communities, people on the ground, feeling the cooperation, the need to cooperate with public authorities? How can we close to them? We must work together, but if they feel us as something that they don't trust, how can we work together?
Thank you very much, and I will probably do this. I will let you, Andrew, answer this question because I think, or maybe, or you want to step in? Perfect. And then the ladies here, they've asked me also to speak. So, and then I would like Naima also to step in. So yes, be quick.
Thank you for the question, because I think that not only museums but all the cultural sector and all the cultural sector in general are civic, and at the moment must be seen as civic and cultural platforms and community spaces where understand, improve the knowledge, the dialogue with different projects, practical projects at local level, even taking, for example, the National Strategy of Sustainable Development that is here, taking these to the people and discussing with the communities around these topics, and the culture places in general, not only museums, are the right place where this can be done. And because there are a lot of experts, and now I add a new keyword, professionals, experts, that can compare to the traditional professional working in these buildings, experts about society, economic, political, to filter and approach these difficult topics.
Yes, so before I give the floor to you, I would like Naima to step in, because I think it's very important what we're saying here about how do we have a dialogue with local communities, and you will have, of course, something to say about that. And yes, I like very much the idea of the museum as an arena of exchange for civil society.
Around Europe and the world about this.
So please, Naima.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting question. And the question about how to build trust and how to make people trust the laws. I think there is, my observation is that the laws should not be too much prescriptive and should be more flexible, and the discussion should be open, whether directly or indirectly. Indirectly, I mean by learning from the intangible information that we have from the practices. Not all the time local communities can express how they are facing problems, how they are dealing with them. And I think by observing their way of acting and managing, all local communities, they have their own, it's a human thing to get organized as communities, and getting organized is building laws, building regulations that everybody has to respect to be part of the community. And I think the legal framework at a global or a national level would earn a lot in listening to this kind of organizations that are still alive in certain regions, like in Oman, for example. And the national government listens a lot to the local organizations and local communities, how they are addressing and expressing their inquiries or their ways or their questions to improve their own situations, and based on that, being flexible enough, adapting the regulations. Maybe it's not a luxury that can happen in Europe because the legal framework is very, very detailed and prescriptive. It is much easier here to afford this flexibility. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to say something, but I was thinking about one last question before you close, and it is about the role that regional organizations can have in this kind of, let's say, dialogue with local communities and with civil society, site-specific dialogue, I mean.
Yeah, actually, we need to build the trust, and we need to make as well raising awareness within the communities. I mean, I am talking about heritage. So raising awareness campaigns on the importance and the benefits as well of the locals on applying, on implementing new ideas. We need as well to, one of the important SDG objective are decent economy. So we need as well to think about how we bring culture to make a good economy, especially through heritage, for example. Heritage has a power as well to create income-generating project. So this is something when the community benefit of culture, and when that, like that, we can build this trust. So I think also it's the governance. We need to build a good governance to build this trust. Otherwise, I mean, in different countries in the Mediterranean, totally. I mean, I am in Europe, the situation is so different of the Eastern Mediterranean or of North Africa. The local communities in Eastern Mediterranean suffered from dictatorship, now from the conflicts. So we didn't have any role of civil society before in dictatorship in the Eastern Mediterranean. So I think very important to build this trust through these issues, raising awareness and creating benefit for the locals.
So thank you very much. And now I pass the word to you, and then there is someone else from the public that want to intervene, and Andrew will conclude. So we really have to be quick. We'll allow a few minutes more because we started late, but come on.
I will try to do it quickly. Mondia Cult, culture as a common good. I would say culture as a common goal. And this is an important message I wanted to raise among us. As I was saying, multi-stakeholder approach, dialogue, participatory approaches. I will come back to a very concrete example that could help with regards to your question. Let's say that we had the MDG fund, the previous Millennium Development Goals. Culture was not there. Then in 2010, they realized they were missing a key point. There was the MDG Culture and Development Fund, funded by Spain, by the way, implemented by UNESCO and many other agencies. Thanks to this, there was the lobby to integrate culture in the SDGs. We achieved it halfway, but still cultural diversity, culture, creativity, cultural heritage are there. In a transversal way, instrumental way, enabler and enablement way, we still need the driver way now. So the next point is culture as a goal. We can't have an education goal and not a culture goal. Education is transversal. Urban development is transversal. Gender equality is transversal, but they have specific goal. And this is a very strong appeal from civil society, but also local governments that are advocating since decades on the fourth pillar of development being culture. And I think all those communities are now expecting states, governments, regional organizations, and international organizations to be in a real dialogue among all those stakeholders to see what is our common goal for culture in the next agendas, but also how we can still increase the role of culture in the current Sustainable Development Goal in the midterm review. So we have an open window of opportunity. The last point was a concrete answer maybe to your question, culture as and creativity as enablers. There was an example in South Africa, and this is the importance of peer learning. I think to answer your question, Gaia, regional organizations such as international organizations can be driver of those peer learning exercise, being among officials, between officials, civil society, private sectors. They have this, let's say, opportunity others organizations don't have. And so they can facilitate innovation through this peer learning exercise. So in South Africa, and this I'm telling it because it came from an example from the periodic report to the 2005 convention, they have developed like a TV series, so it's a creative content, to raise awareness on the importance of pay taxes. But it was done in a creative way, in a, let's say, proactive and positive way, not condemning people for not paying taxes, but showing through a drama why it was important to build this knowledge of common good that is the law that bind us all, not because we are going to be punished, but because those are common rules that we give among ourselves to belong to a common community. And for me, the Sustainable Development Goals provide us with a very innovative and key message, a common vision for a common world. For the 60 years of cultural development, but this is very important. I think a message for all of us is that we are launching a brainstorming exercise on how we can invent a new vocabulary for this new world to come that we have to build together. If we have common agendas, we have to have a common vocabulary. We still have north-south. We have countries in the north that are poorer than countries in the south. We are always at the north of something and always at the south of something, even us as individuals. So our call is that for the next decades, we should think about having a common vision. It's already there, the common goal, with a diversity of kind of implementation, because we are not at the same level in any context. But still, we have this planet. We have to take care of it and of ourselves as humans. So this is the message that we would like to share with all of you.
Very good, Maria Chiara. I'm trying to be brief. It's even more challenge. It's getting more and more challenging.
Yeah. Well, maybe two last words or keywords, if I may. First, on the aspect of peer learning and on the one on Bauhaus, because somehow there is an interconnection. From the analysis that we have been bringing forward in the reflection under the working group of member states that will issue a report, and indeed the title of the report that will appear is already very telling, because it goes really in the direction of the relationship between nature and humans, so how these two complement each other through culture. So the idea is really to convey the message that only through cultural courage for change, nature and humans can reconnect with each other. And this resonates particularly in line with the vision of the New European Bauhaus. Because as you said, the New European Bauhaus should be mainly an inspiring vision and set of principles. But, and this makes me go back to the peer learning approach, it's also a lab of ideas. So it's something very practical. It's something that goes in line with the idea of creating new alliances. And one of the crucial alliances that we are trying to mobilize at EU level in different ways, but also through this reflection on how to connect nature and humans through culture, is with science. One of the main inspirational driver in the instruments that I have been mentioning, so this new report, the reflection of the OMC group, and also the programs in the EU that are trying to materialize the new European Bauhaus vision, is the idea that the scientific dimension, the research dimension, together with in collaboration with cultural professionals and cultural operators, is intrinsically bringing forward the cultural dimension for sustainable development.
So now there was one last question from the public. Do you still have it?
Sure, quickly.
But very quick, and then we have to close.
We all, my name is George Rishmawi. I'm from Bethlehem, Palestine, director of the Palestinian Heritage Trail. I always see, maybe I am mistaken, that people working on cultural heritage is a work of elite. And I think this is a big problem that we really need to face. And the answer to your question, Judge, is local governance and local ownership. When it is developed as local governance and local ownership, this is where sustainable development and sustainable cultural preservation starts from. And this is not happening. This is not happening at all. And especially regarding the intangible cultural heritage, we are losing it big time everywhere. So my recommendation is that we really need to give a lot of attention for how to preserve the intangible cultural heritage at a local level. If it's not done at the local level, we will not be able to do much. And that was my question to all of you about intangible cultural heritage. That very little has been mentioned, very little is being done about this.
Andrew, to you, I wanted you to talk about intangible.
No, I won't talk about it, but I'd maybe link it just to your question, which I find fascinating. I mean, rule of law is quite rightly held as such a badge of honor of pride at European level, even if within member states we have complex relationships to it. But I would say, for me, broaden the conversation, and here's living, not physical cultural heritage. Make more open and more inclusive that conversation, because to me, if you're talking about justice, we have young people taking to the streets all across Europe about social justice. So if you take youth, cultural expression, explore the notion of justice in a slightly larger sphere, because people are incredibly passionate and dedicated to it. They're taking to the streets. But we just need to link that to rule of law and the justice system in a slightly more inclusive and invigorating conversation. And cultural expression could for sure be part of that.
Okay, so I mean, it was so interesting that we would go on for much longer, but we need to stop. I will now stop with a challenge for all of you, because we have a final declaration that is going to be issued by the ministers tomorrow. So will you please, in the next hour, send me an email with one sentence, one concept that you think should go in the declaration? I will try to do my best advocacy to have some of the things we said in this panel to be reflected in the declaration, maybe. So let's make it useful. And I want to thank also everybody in the audience. Thank you very much. Naima, it's been a pleasure meeting you, even if virtually. We all want to come and visit this beautiful place you're talking from. And
you are almost welcome.
And then, and I would also like to thank Enrique. I think she had a problem coming up, so she had to suddenly leave. But we will update her on the results of this panel and continue the exchange also with DG NIR. So thank you very much to everybody, and let's really. I like this cultural courage for change. It's something that I've also already heard, and I think we should go for it. And also a co-owned change and a co-created change. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
Buon pomeriggio. Funziona? Grazie. George, please. Buon pomeriggio. Benvenuti. Welcome. We will start our panel 3B on migration and mobility and capacity building of artists and cultural professionals in the Euro-Mediterranean area. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon with you. My name is Mercedes Giovinazzo, and I am privileged to have been asked to moderate this panel by the organizers, to whom I am very grateful, the Ministry of Culture of Italy, for doing this event and bringing us all here to be together to exchange on issues which we were just saying a few minutes ago are of incredible geostrategic importance today in the world we live in, which is this Euro-Mediterranean region. As I said, my name is Mercedes Giovinazzo. I am here representing a network which is the Biennale of Young Creators of Europe and the Mediterranean, which was founded in the late 1980s as a platform for the promotion, capacity building of young artists and creators from the Mediterranean to help them promote themselves and enter, let's say, the adult world of culture, cultural production, performance, performing arts, etc. So I'm very happy to be here in the name of this network. We are some 50 members throughout the Euro-Mediterranean region, and our flagship event is the Biennale of Young Creators, which takes place every 2 years. And the last edition was in San Marino in July 2021, right after the pandemic, and because we wanted it to happen. We fought to have it happen, because the young curators that had prepared the Biennale said, it's fine, we can all go digital, it's okay, but we have to be on the ground, we have to be visible, we have to connect with territories and communities, we have to be present to enable the citizen to access culture. So we're very proud about that, and I would like, to continue this project as far as possible. On the other hand, and here I will finish, I work for a private agency with headquarters in Barcelona, in Spain. So that's where I work, and our organization is specialized in development cooperation, design and implementation of projects in the area of culture, with and through culture, for development cooperation. Having said this, which is already a lot maybe, and I ask forgiveness, I am happy to be here with 6 great panelists, 6 great people that have, worked with me and have borne with me these last days, because I have been working with them to understand how we could best provide a response, contribution to the issues that we were asked to reflect upon. So there's 6 of them. 4 are with me here in Palazzo Reale, Napoli. So, wow, what a place. It's incredible to be here. And 2 are online. You can see them on the screen. It's a mix of expertise that we have here. Some are European, some are not. Some work in the academia, some do not. Some represent civil society. Others represent strong institutions as well, and we will see about the profile of each one of them as we go along. It's George Rishmawi at the end. Rishmawi, excuse me, George Rishmawi. Ginella Vocca, Silvia Costa, Vincenzo Trione with me here, and online we have Nagla Abed and Luis Bonet. So without further ado, I will give the floor to each one of them. We have agreed, it's been a collegiate agreement, so I'm very grateful to all of you. We will have a first round of thoughts about the issues at stake in the title of our panel. with a highlight of a best practice. So that will be the first round. And the first person to take the floor will be Vincenzo. Vincenzo Trione is professor and dean of the Faculty of Arts at the Ulm University in Milan. He is a journalist. And last but not least, he is the president of the School of Heritage that the Ministry of Culture of Italy has heavily and indeed very intelligently promoted in the last years, with a strategic role for the training of the future professionals that will be responsible for the safeguarding and promotion of heritage. So Vincenzo, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Mercedes, thank you. I want to start from the lesson of contemporary art. As the work of many contemporary artists shows, migration represents an existential act, a way to recognize others which are different from us, and by doing so, opening ourselves to a new ethic of proximity. It's, however, difficult to measure today's migration follows with the traditional interpretative categories. They embody a contemporary trauma, which is radically redesigning the spaces of politics, culture, ethics, and justice. Now we must to rethink the very notion of citizenship. Individual rights are redesigned on the basis of residence, and nationality isn't an static criterion. It's a transformation that requires adequate paradigms of thought and representations. The internal foreigner, an Italian philosopher said, makes the certainties of those who feel safe weather. It undermines the mythical purity of the state, inaugurating unexpected landscapes. So we can open up to a different form of cohabitation. In this perspective, the Mediterranean should not be understood only in a tragic and dramatic sense, as a marine cemetery, using an image of Paul Valéry, but as an extraordinary hub to share stories, traditions, knowledge, opportunities, practices, and projects. The Fondazione dei Beni e delle Attività Culturali operates from these theoretical and politically premises. Our philosophy is to share knowledge, information, skills, and methods in a common framework. To become a trade union of a wide and multidisciplinary network connecting international higher educational institutes, universities, and research centers. The Fondazione was created by Minister Dario Franceschini. It's an institute dedicated to training, research, and advancing studies with the mission of empowering professionals within the management of cultural heritage. At the heart of the Scola's mission is cultural heritage. Heritage reminds us of who we have been and who we are now. Understanding heritage, we can develop a spirit of identity, a sense of roots, civic conscience, dignity, and the awareness of belonging to a community. The school's activity is divided into two main focal points: the training of future cultural professionals in Italy and in countries with which Italy has intense diplomatic relations, with respect to the management of museums, archaeological sites, libraries, archives. At the international level, the school has implemented a program with the Mediterranean countries for the management of archaeological sites and museums in dialogue with UNESCO, applied research in collaboration with universities, public and private stakeholders. Our mission is to upskill the various professionals of the sector through training, research, and innovation activities. It addresses all the stakeholders of the wide landscape of cultural heritage. public institutions, both at national and local level, private companies and non-profit realities, operating as a driver of exchange and integration between subject and disciplines. At the national level, our training activities are focused mainly on the design and implementation of programs for cultural professionals, with a multidisciplinary approach combining teaching and applied experience. We follow a similar approach at the international level by organizing training and twinning projects that foster exchange and mutual learning by bringing together professionals selected by cultural heritage institutions, mainly museums and archaeological sites in Italy and in partner countries. We are now working on 3 different streams, participating in European networks and research projects. Charter, European Cultural Heritage Skills Alliance project founded by Erasmus+, research project, and Urban Agenda on cultural heritage and climate change in the European context. Building international networks, cultural heritage training network in the G20 context, and finally, bringing Italian and foreign professionals together, International School of Cultural Heritage. Since 3 years, we have developed 3 editions of the program Archaeology in the Mediterranean, involving with the framework of UNESCO, up to 16 countries from the north and east of the Mediterranean, plus several associated countries for overall participation of nearly 80 professionals online and in presence. Museos y Territorio online, involving 70 professionals from countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Skills in Motion, training and exchange program for Italian officers of the Ministry of Culture, developed in collaboration with the Italian School of Archaeology of Athens and 4 Greek institutions, to be followed by a similar program for Greek officers in Italy. Framework agreement with Modern and Contemporary Art Museum in Tunisia. Our philosophy is to establish peer-to-peer relationship and mutual enrichment between the different countries and the professionals of the Italian institutions involved. As an international school of heritage schools, I think that's a different idea of migration. I know it's an ambitious project, yet we are also aware that only by aiming the innovative training and research models will we be able to face the dialogue. But we are in a unique historical phase in which we need courage, cooperation, and imagination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The best practice, I think, is clear. When you have a political will and you have an ambition, ambition is not necessarily negative. It can also be, the thing that makes you move forward. So that was extremely interesting. And I would keep in mind from what you have said, at least, for me, Vincenzo, this idea that there can be a positive aspect to migration. It relates to your article, of course, your book, that you have recently written, but also the importance of a concept that you have mentioned at the very beginning of your intervention, which is about citizenship. That is at the core of a political discourse and a political will that has to be taken up very clearly. You have something in common with the next speaker, Luis Bonet from Barcelona. Luis is an old friend, professor of economics at the University of Barcelona, specialist in cultural economics, and cultural policies. He is at the helm of the cultural management program of the University of Barcelona, which is a provider, in inverted commas, in the good sense of the word, of high-level excellence training for what? The past almost 30 years, Luisa, in arts management. And you were, if I am not wrong, president of the European Network of Cultural Training Centers. No, is it Cultural Administrators Training Centers, something like that. Yes, now it's changed its title, but you see what I mean. Anyway, what I was saying is that you have in common with Vincenzo Trione the Charter Project. If I am not mistaken, Luis, you guys are the leader exactly. You are the leaders of the Charter Project.
And I will present some of the results of the Charter Project in order to give these good practices. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really sorry I'm not in Naples, which will be much better than being in Barcelona. But in any case, professional restrictions didn't allow me to join you. So what I will do is to share my screen, because sometimes that helps, especially when you are far away. I think there is a problem with the full screen, so I think I will maintain my screen just in this way, even though maybe it's not the best. But I hope you can see the presentation. So I will just start with some of the experiences we got, and I will try to use this experience at the European level in the level of the relationship and the cooperation in the European Mediterranean region. So I start with these first ideas of explaining a little bit some of the results. So this is, as Vincenzo just said, an Erasmus Plus funded project. It's a 4-year project. We are now in the 2nd year of the project, and we are doing at this very moment research on professional competences, on job vacancies, on education and training offer. We are analyzing the gaps existing in the different sectors and how digitalization, the green economy, but also how the different subsectors of the cultural heritage sector have different needs, because we have craft people, we have, of course, educators, we have conservators, we have archaeologists, architects. So we have a large amount of different professionals, and also an hybridization of the sectoral needs. And that is very clear when we see, and now we are doing the analysis of job vacancies in different European countries, and we see which kind of jobs the institutions are asking in the museums, in the monuments, for the management of historical houses, etc., etc. So we see the change. And what we see in relation to the topic of today's roundtable is that it's vital to generate upskilling and reskilling processes. So we need to change our mentality that we receive a very good education in the beginning and later we just develop our professional needs. But in order to have this continuing training all over our professional life, we need to adapt the educational offer and the vocational training to the real needs of the sector. So that's very clear. That is the result of the interviews with many different stakeholders in the sector, and they are repeating and repeating this. So we have a problem with our education offer and with our vocational training. I think that Fondazione Scuola di Beni Culturali in Rome, it's a very interesting case, because it's a new institution with a new way of doing this training. So much more decentralized, much more focused on the needs of the sector, but this is not the case of other educational centers in many other countries. So that's the first idea. The second one is that international mobility depends mainly on professional recognition and network of contacts. So we need to work on both things, professional recognition and network of contacts. At the European level, there is still a lot of things to be done. And of course, when we think about the Euro-Mediterranean regions, even more, because the Mediterranean is not an easy transfer sea. And finally, the idea that this previous experience and this accreditation, it's so important So that's just, these are just some examples. But what is the reality when we focus ourselves on the Euro-Mediterranean relations? So you can see this map. This map is not about cultural exchanges or relationship. It is about the streams in the Mediterranean. No? You can see the sea and what is happening. These are just the nature, the physical map. What is our challenge? Our challenge is not a physical map, it's a human map. It's a map of human relations, of cultural relations. So the challenge is how we can increase cultural relations at the scale of the European Mediterranean region for mutual benefits and enrichment through a strengthening cooperation. So this is the challenge. But we know that the challenge is not easy. Why? Well, because we have several problems and we need to work on this. So there is a visa policy that does not facilitate the exchange or the mobility of artists and cultural professionals, in particular from the south to the north of the Mediterranean. We know this problem, and I will propose some ideas in trying to solve this. We know that cultural cooperation is in the field of creativity and cultural heritage, enrich not only the agents involved, but also their networks and their audiences. So it's a huge investment. It's a fantastic investment. So that's something that it merits to invest in that. And also, a third important finding is, in a rapidly changing world, those best trained professionals, and I said it before, skilled and unskilled, are more likely to succeed. But unfortunately, structural inequalities and the lack of equitable strategies do not allow potentially more talented professionals and initiatives to emerge. So there is a lot of talented professionals and talented initiatives who are emerging, but it's not easy to allow this flow among the different nations for structural inequalities and the lack of equitable strategies. So what we could do in relation to that? So here I just propose a few ideas that I hope we could develop during the roundtable. So I propose a more agile and flexible policy for short-term cultural sector professionals and educational stays, so short-term stays, and proposing and arguing well the benefits of this with the EU ministers of the interior, who are the ones who can open this door. So that's a very important job we must develop. Second, multiply training and online meetings and workshops between professionals from both shores of the Mediterranean, designed taking into account both local context and the new challenges. So the idea that we can use online meetings, we can use online workshops, just as something which could help, in a way, this networking capacity, and when we will solve the problem of the visas, that could develop much faster. And finally, the idea that protect cultural rights and promote a democratic, a critical, and ideological perspective among citizens and cultural professionals on both shores of the Mediterranean, and that could be done with specific calls in the EU-funded program. So we are now benefiting of an Erasmus+, but there are several programs. Erasmus+ is one, but Horizon should be involved in several Horizons where there were partners from the other side of the Mediterranean. There are, of course, the possibility to use Creative Europe as well, and other specific or not specific cultural programs, but other kind of programs, which are there, so we can use them. So that's my first ideas to share with you before going to the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luis. Thank you for being online with us. I guess this is something we have learned from the pandemic. We can be here and there and still be together. So thank you, Luis. That was very clear. I enjoyed very much the flow that defines the flow of human relations that defines cooperation. Your map was really illustrative from that. It was great. But this idea, two things I take from you. Yes, indeed, the importance of training, definitely. But what about accreditation? and if we want to upskill and reskill, we must, as you say, ensure mobility. But how do we ensure mobility if we only count on our forces' strengths and do not have the support, as you say, of the key institutional players that need to support those policies? So that was extremely, relevant. As well, from my point of view, the last point that you mentioned about the importance of protecting cultural rights. We go back to the community that we started talking about, and that is also very, very relevant. So thank you very much. We will come back to this, I am sure. And now to Ginella Vocca. Ginella Vocca, I wouldn't know, there's a lot to say about you, but what I take with me is that you are someone who does things. You do. You have ideas, you get projects out there. You have done many new things in your life, but let's focus on the Med Film Festival, which is your baby. Let me use that word. It has nothing negative, but on the contrary, and that 28 years, so that's a whole lifetime. So I know that you will tell us a little bit about the Med Film Festival, so please, the floor is yours, Ginella. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mercedes. First of all, sorry, my English is not enough to, I must read. But before, I want to thank my Ministero della Cultura, because this is an occasion, unique occasion, to stay together, to speaking about Mediterranean in a new way, in the center of our world, because we are all in this area, in Mediterranean. We are different, but we are together in the same place. And it was very, absolutely interesting what I heard until now. The institutions, they can do a lot to stay together. And sorry, now I have to read.
Go ahead.
Sorry, really, sorry. The Med Film Festival was born in 1995 on the occasion of the Barcelona Convention and the centenary of the cinema. For 28 years, it has been promoting dialogue between Europe and Mediterranean for the knowledge and dissemination of multiple cultures existing in the Mediterranean, and for cooperation through quality cinema and audiovisuals. Windows open to the world to recognize and appreciate diversity as a value and culture as a driving force to the economy. The Med Film Festival has acted in the belief that culture, by virtue of the richness of its languages, can help to bring distant people closer, helping those who welcome and those who are welcomed to enjoy the best virtue from each culture, instilling them in common values and driving the economy for a vast area rich in cultural diversity, such as the Mediterranean, that bathes 24 shores for 24 countries, including 13 European countries. We have created a virtuous circuit that involves students from the main film school, cinema institutions, producers, and international distributors, and created an archive to contain the heritage of works and relationships that grow from year to year. Some numbers: 28 continuous editions, 6,480 films screened over the year, 1,630 guests, artists, and operators, the audiovisual sector, participate in the festival. In Rome, thank you, Silvia, 400 cinema students from 60 national schools from 40 countries, the future of Euro-Mediterranean area and audiovisual, representing in the main film school from 40 countries present at Med Film Festival. Okay, 40 diplomacy offices, embassy, directly involved in the activities, 15 universities, 12 penal institutes. Yes, penal institutes. 3 international institutions for human rights and environmental protection, IOM, International Migration Organization, Amnesty International, and WWF, because we have an idea positiva about immigration, about diaspora. Thanking to all this, MedFilm Festival has created the conditions for the signing of 2 interministerial agreements. Italian-Tunisia Development Fund, first official agreement between Italy and a country of the southern shore of the Mediterranean. From the south, Italy and south, Europe and south, okay. Italy and Slovenia co-production agreement. The aim of our work is to bring together in the collective imagination what is already united, to shorten the cultural distance between countries that share the same place and have been developed a multiplicity of declination from common roots, so as to generate a unique heritage in the world for its uniqueness in diversity, the Mediterranean. The country of the southern shore know how to generate virtuous, productive mechanisms, more than countries of the north. They are the center of attention of the main international festival, and despite smaller economies, they know how to make large results. In this sense, Italy and some other European countries must pay more attention to the cinema of the southern shore and seal new co-production agreement. What MedFilm Festival wants to continue to do is to strengthen the Mediterranean platform. How? Strengthen the Med meetings in Rome to support the co-production and distribution of Mediterranean works. Create the MedFilm Fund for bilateral and multilateral co-production. Create a database of Mediterranean production as well as the distribution system for monitoring co-production between the countries of the area. Create in each country, represented here, institutional places, cinema, free-to-air TV channels platform, some other things like that support the diffusion of the cinematographic and audiovisual works to the Mediterranean area, as is done for European films in Europe. Strengthen the international relationship between training institutions, film schools in particular. Create an Erasmus among international film schools, also to overcome the obstacles related to the guaranteeing the visas for the temporary exit of students from their countries. Create observation and research center to this area dedicated cinema and archives. Strengthen the study of cinematographic and art cinematographic language in school of all level, like Italy done with our minister. As the video presentation of the meeting says, you will see tomorrow, hope, we made. We must go back to saying each other, to listen to each other, to work together, to experience diversity as a very strong genetic heritage, to preserve young people, to give space to women, to protect our natural habitat and look to the future with confidence, strengthened by a wealth that unites us, a unique heritage in the world for its unit in diversity, the Mediterranean, a sea of culture.
Thank you. It was clear. You read, but it was very clear. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. The data that you have listed is impressive. It's impressive. I mean, what you have done in 28 years is wow. But it is not only about promoting cinema and audiovisual production. It is also about, if I heard correctly, training, raising awareness, but it's also about diplomatic relations. It's culture as a tool for diplomacy. Your agreements show it, and amongst your proposals, I think that is at the core. How can we ask that what is done within the borders, in inverted commas, excuse me, of our Europe, we can say, we support co-production, we support distribution, we support capacity building. How do we do that outside of our borders? And you are showing that it is possible to go in that direction, and that we might need, institutional and political support for that. So that is what you're asking for, and I think we all agree. Thank you so much. George Rishwami, again, did I see it wrong? Rishmawi, I'm sorry, I beg forgiveness. George Rishmawi, sorry. We go to the eastern shore of the Mediterranean, Palestine, West Bank, the founder and co-founder and director of the Palestinian Heritage Trail. He will tell us about it. Also, I know that he will make some concrete proposals, but it is about working in a complex, to put it mildly, context, and raising the awareness about the importance of heritage as a tool for education, for participation and community building. Thank you so much, George.
Thank you, Mercedes. Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure and honor to be with you here today. I will start by your comments. Yes, today we need to see citizenship and nationality in a different eyes, and we really need to work on it. Having said that, as I have lived under Israeli occupation my entire life, and my kids are still living under occupation, so it's not very easy to be able to see the world in this eye, but yes, we do. And that's the message of hope we always try to speak about. I am here today because the Palestinian Heritage Trail, which is a long-distance community-based hiking trail in the West Bank, is about 500 kilometers with 70 local communities, more than 80 different, 5 types of accommodation, about 80 accommodation involved on the trail. In addition, 4 trained tour guides. We spoke about accreditation. We introduced trekking guides into the Palestinian accreditation system, which was very interesting at the local level to see how that happens. We are part of a network just being established with support of the EU, CrossDev, which is the Mediterranean cultural routes, and we are working all together between Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, and Italy, and Italy as well, and the Ministry of Culture. Thanks, is a partner of this project, and thanks for their kind invitation to be here this afternoon. Now, CrossDev is a very good model of where do we need to go as a cross-border. How do we establish these networks? But the issue is how to establish these networks in a sustainable way. The project that we are involved all together ends in 1 year. So what we are looking for at CrossDev is 1 year from today, how can we make sure that CrossDev project is sustainable? What do we want to do together to make sure and guarantee the sustainability of the project, sustainability of this network? And I think this is a call that's very important. We always need to think of developing sustainable networks. As we know, the gap between the northern and the southern parts of the Mediterranean is very clear. Developing these networks that has to do with exchange of expertise and training of trainers and being involved at different levels is very important and a very key issue. We don't want these networks to be established as part of a project where the funding is over, the network will be over. So it is really very important we work all together to establish sustainable networks that can continue working together. Another model we are working at the moment is establishing a Mediterranean network of trails. And also it is really very important because it has to do with developing a training facility in Jordan, which is accessible for a lot of people to be able to train on the issue of trails and sustainable development, which is really very important for us. Now, these are important issues. This is how we really see it, and then we look forward. I really take what Louis Bonnet has said, very interesting. I really thank you very much for your comments, feedback, also your comments about all the Heritage University. Today, I speak about what I see and what I know in the southern hemisphere of the Mediterranean. Today, establishing schools to deal with cultural heritage is very, very important, very interesting. Opening centers to train people on cultural heritage is very important. Now, this is really very important. This is the skill that has to come at academic level, and then at a practical level also for training centers. It's really very important. This luxury exists in some countries, but doesn't exist in many countries in the southern hemisphere of the Mediterranean. We need to look at this in a way that this is happening at academic level, because the production of students can be really, really important. Right now, when we want to speak about the culture of Palestine or tourism in Palestine, the resources and references are very, very, very rare. So we really need to come up with very important, good production, establish an important library in this based on students' research. Some other important things that when we speak about upskill and reskill workers in cultural heritage, it is very important the way we see it. In Palestine, we see it in a different way. It is very important that has to happen at the local community level. If it doesn't happen at the local community level and upskilling the local community, we are really missing a lot, especially on the issues of intangible cultural heritage. Intangible cultural heritage being lost in so many areas. That's why what we are trying to do is establishing what we call, I might not like the name a lot, but councils of tourism and culture. These councils of tourism and cultures being small committees established at different local authorities, different areas that can work together, and then those people need to be skilled with all and provided with all the tools on cultural heritage preservation that has to happen at the local level. Now, when you talk about local level, you talk about local governance and ownership. Once it starts there with local governance and people know what they really want, they decide for themselves what they want, they put together their priorities, and then second, they own the production, they own the cultural heritage, they know how to dig deep. This is very important. Those people, we work very hard with so many communities in the West Bank in order to upskill the people with regarding cultural heritage and what they do regarding showcasing cultural heritage for international and local visitors to their local communities. This is very important. Now, when we speak about artists, now today in Palestine, we are functioning with very little financial and sometimes human capacities, but it is really important the way we think about how to showcase our communities. We use the model of interpretation centers. Interpretation center that has to do with, for example, you come to Bethlehem to visit, see the Church of Nativity where Jesus was born, but most of the people do not know anything about the local community of Bethlehem. People visit the stones, but they never understand the culture around that. And that's why I am doing this work, being from Bethlehem and seeing millions of tourists coming and with no interest with the local community is the main drive, humbly, for driving me to be part of this type of work. Interpreting the culture and the story through a center, using creativity of artists in showcasing the community, and even using modern technology in these interpretation centers is very important. This is how you integrate art with culture together and to create an income generating tool, and you can show the people how what is about visiting a certain community. You know, it's very important. This is we are doing this at a very small scale. I think it is very important the way we think of culture and the way we think of cultural preservation. We have to have the plan to make sure that cultural preservation is happening at a sustainable level and not to be just elite's type of job. We really need to have everybody involved, because once we see the value of the cultural heritage, and once we get the acceptance of the people who practice this heritage in terms of if it's an ICH or the people who own the tangible cultural heritage, it's very important that we work with them so they can accept and they can be part, and they are the main base on the main foundation of cultural heritage preservation. I don't want to speak for a long time. I will stop here, and thank you, Mercedes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I will pick you up on one thing, the importance of interpreting. Interpreting also through modern instruments, or with modern instruments, our past, because it is about understanding, as you said also, no, who we are, where we come from. But this thing about, how contemporary instruments can help us understand our past, and that is absolutely important. And it helps us also, as you were saying, to link ourselves to the community. But there is one thing that I do not want to forget, George. It is this thing so important about citizenship that you mentioned at the very beginning, and how in contexts such as those as you are living in, it is something that we have to keep in mind, because it is absolutely dear and relevant for the expression of civil and political rights. So you were definitely, in the right of underlining this. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we are, we have time. I'm not worried. We have time. Nagla Abed is online with us. Anna Lind Foundation. I will not say what it is, because I think that we all know what the Anna Lind Foundation is, and you will tell us about it. But Nadia, when you are program advisor and mobility coordinator at the Anna Lind Foundation, you are also a member of the Women's Cultural Network of the German Council, I think. And there's one thing that I very much liked, not that I did not like the rest, but what you said in your short bio, this idea of the salon that you organize in your flat in Alexandria, the importance of opening up one's own home through creative, artistic proposals to talk to people, be with people, and you are promoting this in Alexandria, so I just like that, the pop-up sessions that you call them. You will also, I hope, tell us a little bit about that. Thank you so much for being with us from Cairo. And
from Alexandria.
Sorry, Alex. Oh my God, forgive me, Alexandria. Sorry. Yes, I just said it. You're flat in Alexandria. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, many thanks for the very interesting presentations. And I will also read, to be brief, as I think at 6 the session will end. Yes, I will not go into details about the foundation. The foundation has the mission to bring people together, and we have a network of around 4,000 CSO members. And mobility has always been a key instrument of the Anna Lind Foundation. To sustain its network by building lasting connections, the relationships, it was mentioned before, with people based on mutual respect, to support cooperations that have impact, and also contextualized projects that are adapted to the different communities, to support development of skills of specifically the young generation, and small CSOs was also mentioned. They are important, they are on the ground, specifically through non-formal education. Now, Alf can refer to various activities, such in the when it comes to mobility, such as the Al Forum that took place every 3 years, maximum 1,000 participants. And we also had a mobility program that was implemented from 2013 to 2017. In addition, it's worth mentioning in this context, the outline for a Euro-Med mobility strategy that was drafted in 2006 in cooperation with organizations such as the Roberto Ricardi Fund. And they had made 6 proposals, and I think they are still relevant. So I will just give you a brief about that. Number 1 is promotion of mobility and exchange, reaching out to civil society, especially small organizations. Mobility of persons keeps pace with mobility of information and goods. 3rd, creation of mobility assistance funds, exchange and cooperation programs offered by stakeholders of the Euro-Med partnership. 4, advocate at all levels. Here we come to the topic of the visa. Advocate at all levels for an Euro-Med cooperation visa. 5, to support and design coherent cultural strategies or a strategy with measures for improving conditions of equal partnerships between North and South, which is also extremely important, the topic of equal partnership. And work on transforming support schemes to individual mobility into fostering exchanges. In this context, it's also worth highlighting that the first mobility program of the Dalla Foundation supported not only North and South mobility and exchanges, no, also South-South mobility. And the applicants could also apply in Arabic. Very important when it comes to inclusion, and once again, to support the young people in the region from the South. We had a follow-up survey of this program after 1.5 years, and clearly, I mean, the value of mobility, I don't need to repeat it in this, to repeat it now. However, I want to highlight that yes, relationships were built, lasting relationships were built, and cooperation was strengthened. Building on the past experience of the foundation and acknowledging, again, working together is the key to regional change. And also the fact that virtual mobility, and I think this is what we learned during Corona, virtual mobility cannot replace in-person meeting, and that relationships, again, are cornerstone of successful collaboration. Alpha is now launching a new mobility program. And this mobility program has 4 components, 1 specifically for cultural actors. However, also the other components, which are for research, events, and project proposal writing, are open for all sectors. And all of the components are focusing on bringing people together to produce something, producing a creative art exhibition, a project proposal together that is related to this topic. And we will still have South-South cooperation that we are supporting. Again, the keyword of equal partnerships. What is needed? I mean, like, to sum it up, I think more long-term funding is needed for mobility in the region, and independently from anything that is on the top of the political agenda. Now, there are other challenges, sure, that are very important. However, this region needs a secure funding and support, and to be able to focus on the small actors. And in addition, it is also needed to coordinate between the different institutions more, to design together programs and not to duplicate the ideas. Thank you. And my private initiative, I will be happy to exchange with you any information soon, I hope, in case we meet.
Thank you, Nadia. Between the walls, your salon, we will look forward to that. Two things, the importance of South-South cooperation. We will not stress it enough. North-South is fine, but South-South has its complexities and has to be supported, definitely. The question of language, it has to facilitate and not be a barrier to exchange and opportunities. And this idea of security, securing the means and the resources to work and to do what has to be done. So it's another exception of the term security, which you have used, which is, I find very interesting. And I think we're all looking forward to knowing more about the new mobility program of the Anna Lindh Foundation. So in trepidation, thank you. And now, last but not least, Silvia Costa. Silvia Costa, Italian member of parliament, member of the European, initially, and then member of the European Parliament from 2009 to 2019. Silvia, that's long experience. President of the Cult Committee, so overseeing culture, education, media, and youth. That's a lifetime experience, political. So yes, you're one of our European legislators. So thank you so much for all you have done in all these years. You're at the helm of what is now the Creative Europe program, so a chapeau, as they say. And now you are charged by Minister Franceschini, Special Commissioner for the rehabilitation of the penitentiary Santo Stefano in Ventotene, which is a heritage site. So.
Thank you, Mercedes. Very kind of you to to tell what you said before for my long experience in politics, but also in Europe. Let me say at the beginning that I'm very proud to be in this conference, because Euro-Med conference in this phase of the history, as you said before, and also after 2 years of pandemic and during a war that is coming back on the continent, European continent, and during some conflicts that is lasting in the Mediterranean area, is a sign, is a message. The strong message is a message of peace, of the willing to restart, and also to speak about mobility after this virtual mobility that we, as you said before, but for us it's very important to imagine the future on the cultural and cultural rights field, as you mentioned before. I'm totally convinced that culture and scientific cooperation, intercultural, interreligious dialogue is, and also the training mobility, is the resource that makes it possible to reorient a path of the Mediterranean in the light of growing interdependence, now so dramatically evident, and the need to co-design a new phase in international relations on an equal footing. That's the message that we have to imagine, I hope, to read in the final declaration. Now, yes, as you said before, I'm a commissioner, a governmental commissioner for the restoration recovery of the former Bourbon prison. There are some link with the Naples, not with Bourbon, and because the area in the past, the Roman period, the region was only one: Lazio, region Campania. So there's a very you have to recreate also this very important and cultural area that is in front of these islands, little islands that are in the Mediterranean Sea, You know that you mentioned before that Santo Stefano is a very little island in front of the main, the mother island, very known as Ventotene, in which 80 years ago was written the Manifesto for the Free and United Europe. And just in 3 days ago in Brussels, awarded with the European Heritage Label. That's a very important recognition. This place is, I'm in two hats in this moment because, as you said before, I came from a very important experience lasting 10 years as a member and then chair of the CULT committee, and also rapporteur of Europa, Creative Europe, and we doubled the funds for Creative Europe, but also of cultural, international culture, a new strategy, European strategy for culture, international cultural relations. And for me, that's is one of the focal points of my speech. And an animator, we say, with the Europa Nostra and so many networks, European networks of the Cultural European Year in 2018. And we now are in the legacy of this year, and many strategies are begin there in that year, but mostly a different approach, holistic approach to cultural dimension of the development. Sustainable development has many different pillars, and maybe that now we are more convinced than before that culture, education is one of the, we mentioned this, the fourth pillar of a sustainable development, based on human and not only environmental value. And we are very committed on this just now in a special way in this little experience, little but very symbolic experience. And so we are, which is the main the aim of this restoring project, to create a European campus, open to Mediterranean, in Italian una scuola di alti pensieri, a school of high thoughts, because this is written on the wall of the cemetery in Santo Stefano, above all to the new generation, aimed to develop together skills and competences of a global citizenship, not only European citizenship, and for artistic co-creation projects, but also for human dignity, human rights, and the fundamental values that are at the basis of the democratic constitution in Europe, and not only in Europe. This is the meaning of the project. That's why during the restoring work, also during this period we are restoring in the prison, we are promoting several partnerships with I am in the center because with the foundation of the School del Patrimonio, and also with the Ginella to stay at the Italian level, national level, but also with the Euro-Mediterranean levels as Annalyn Foundation, with the Ride is the Italian networks linked to this foundation, Union for Mediterranean, and also with other institutions like European University Institute in Florence, and also with the partners as universities and scientific and cultural centers to organize seminars, spring schools, events, training, course integrated with the other kind of experience in the naturalistic experience, diving sports, archaeological visits and studies, and so on. And we are in also the aim to enlarge the scope of this specific program in creating a network of similar centers open to this mobility, to this experience, integrating with other islands, little islands in the south of Europe, but also with the specific centers involved in this area. I have been, as you said before, in the Parliament, and I would like to recuperate some issues that for me is very important, linked to the item that we have today in this panel, but also recalling what before me some of you said. I totally convinced that we have to change, let me say, the securitarian and and migratory European approach on Mediterranean. We have to reactive to renovate in this approach, and recreate legal open channels for mobility. This is a problem. This is the precondition. Is not to imagine Europe what are thinking for Mediterranean, but what we can co-design together. This is the intergovernmental conference with also some organizations like UFM and others. There is a commission, and so this declaration. I see Erminia Shakitano, she is one of the pillars of this conference, and I hope that the final declaration will be underline this new approach, because we are so interdependent, because the Mediterranean is destiny of Europe, and because for so many years Mediterranean is main back in front of the east and north part of the alliance at European level. And we have also to increase partnership on strategic common priorities: education, culture and cultural heritage, research, climate, through people-to-people approach. This is the first. The second is also to understand better what already we are doing with Creative Europe, for instance, or with other programs. For instance, we are supporting co-production, creativity, cultural diversity, cooperation in the cultural and artistic sphere, and broaden access to culture and to cultural heritage. And already we have some, not already so spread on, but the initiative is already on the table, is a line, a budget line dedicated, for instance, to artists and cultural actors mobility. The name is e-Portunus, and is not only inside Europe, but it is also with third countries. I think about, for instance, there is important, as Ginella reminded before, we open, a strong word for this, open the participation to Creative Europe, to Balkans and to Mediterranean areas. The first country that participated is Tunisia, but now I know that Morocco is also signing, and we need to go on. I finished. And then we also we have to remember that also that Erasmus is not Erasmus Plus, but also Erasmus Mundus, and there is also a very large space on partnership and on students in the field of culture and creativity and artists. And I recall in last example the blue card. Maybe that we have to relaunch this, because we approved 3 maybe years ago a very important blue card to enlarge the scope of the visa, the access to the visa system. European system is very, very little. Open the border to students, teachers, researchers, and voluntaries, sorry. That's important, because I imagine that in this framework we can add artists and cultural actors more than that. And I had also another experience that we have to enlarge is also artist residencies. I dream a network of reciprocally artist residency can be not only training but also exchange of experience of inspiration. But there is a last message I would like to launch here, because I have been, as I said before, a rapporteur of new strategy, European strategy on cultural relationships, international. And I hope that the new director, Secretary General Sannino, is working on this direction. But we are in late, because we have, it was forward that we have to commit for the appointment of a special envoy of cultural diplomacy. That's not anymore done. Focal points in the most strategic countries on a basis of people-to-people model, a line of expenditure and action in each EU seat in the world, and the strengthening of unique action. You know, unique is the network of cultural institutions around the world, and the provision by the EU of Blue Helmet of Cultural Heritage. That was a commitment, but in this moment, only Italy provided the EU helmet for cultural heritage. Maybe that I hope that in the final declaration, some of these issues is included, but in any case, we have to go on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The suggestions that you make are extremely relevant. I cannot think of any other thing to say that I, as you, hope that they will hear us, and that what you have said will be somehow in the declaration, which is already a lot. That this conference issues a declaration is already enormous, and this idea of culture as the fourth pillar of development. Hey, let's hope that one day this happens actually, that it is really politically recognized as such. In this context that you were underlining of international relations on an equal footing, isn't what intergovernmental relations are about, and maybe we are forgetting that is how they should work, equal footing for a common understanding. So thank you so much, Silvia. That was extremely precious. I have to close. I cannot give a second round. I would have very much enjoyed, continuing the conversation with all of you, but we can do this afterwards. We're going to be all here tonight, so this is just a first step. Sorry, Luis and Nagla, that you will not be able to be with us this evening. Thank you so much for being with us online. Thank you, George, Ginella, Silvia, and Vincenzo. It's been a pleasure. And it's not an adieu, it's an au revoir. So let's go. Thank you.